the mark of diplomacy. This sent a bit of a magical shockwave, sort of an unknown to them at the time across all the lands, and it seems that little people here and there rarely have got their own marks of diplomacy. One of which was Lois de Leora, who showed up from Zalargo and was like, "Hey, I got one." I believe also Rowen de Leora, formerly of House Camus,
She was
now
on the ship.
yep, she was on the airship. Now Baron of House Leora, found a little boy in a small village in Carnath who also possessed this mark, who is now being groomed to be a scion of the house, and so on and so forth. Much has happened. Much has happened. The house has been recognized as a sort of for now recognition as a formal dragon marked house known as House Leora. But they are trying to get a guild running, which unfortunately is being blocked by another dragon marked house. But that isn't the problem right now. The problem right now is getting hitched. Because one of the stipulations to being able to prove that they're officially dragon mark house is that their dragon mark can be inherited by future generations, which requires making babies, which requires getting married, by at least formally. So, having been taken across the land in the Concord of Seasons, the party has been looking for marriage alliances to bring the house money and power and maybe even love. First of which was a stop in Zalargo, in which Loisana is had a little bit of a battle between what was strategically sound and what was not quite as strategically sound, but was a lot more of a respectable and possibly love match. And it seems that love won the day, and Loisana is now engaged to be married. The party has found themselves now in the village of New Siri, which is the refugee town of the Syrian people who were destroyed in an event known as the Mourning at the end of the war, which eradicated their entire country, leaving them homeless. So these people have gathered here, and their prince is looking for a match, a marriage match, to further benefit his people, and is now using House Leora to help him make the right match. And with that, we come in today after the event last night, the gala, the Requiem of Syria, as it was noted. There you saw illusions of the sprawling spirescapes of Metrol, the capital of Ciri, back in its glory days. And the prince had conversations with the various suitors, and as did all of you. But at a certain point in the night, there was quite the scandal. Crosteliora, ambassador, former, I guess, now former ambassador
Soon to be.
of soon to be former, that's right. Ambassador of Syria, had a bit of a out of character outburst and said, "Everyone here should burn. You should all die. I hate everyone here. There's not a single war forged on those or there's not nearly enough war forged on those monuments. We fought and died for Syria. You're all scum." Basically, just let loose on the party to the shock of everybody. One of the local suitors by the name of Rose tried to speak on behalf of Ciri and the Warforged, remarking that the Warforged are their own people. They're not Syrian, nor are they Carnathi. I don't think anybody identifies themselves as Warforged. Prince Oargev put forward that uh, they're Syrian people trying to grow, and he tried to make his own reasonings. Rowen tried to basically dull the blade of Cross's sharp words. And eventually the party was able to band-aid it a little bit and move forward, but it was certainly a scandalous moment. Um, and with that event having ended last evening, the prince is still trying to figure out which of these suitors is going to be the most beneficial to him and his people, should he be married to one and not all of the six suitors, I believe it is. So we pick up today on day 2 of this week, as this will be a week-long event here in New Syria before moving into the next province. And here on day 2 is going to be the one day of the event where you have a little time to yourselves. So you will all wake up in the Silver Swan Inn, the nicest place to stay in town that is being run by House Galanda, the House of Hospitality. And it is a place where important envoys and ambassadors and such stay. And that is where you will all be awakened. But before we get to that, we will deal with our other sort of mechanical phases that we deal with in the game. So first and foremost will be the reputation phase, where we judge what has happened over the last session or two, and see if you guys have gained or lost any reputation in your locale. So, Cross, you gained a point. For sure gained a point. No. I'm afraid you
Yeah.
lost a point, my friend. I'm sorry to say you lost a point. Um, let me just go get that out. There we go. So definitely a bit of a scandal there. So you're down to 0. Um, it's fine. I'm gonna make up for it in the rumor phase. I feel like 0's not quite enough, but it's fine. Um, okay. And let's see. Lois just kind of danced the night away. I think honestly it was the dancing. I think the dancing and showing of the good relationship with Violin, especially here in a courting season, just showing like affection and kindness and enjoying the event and having fun. That's a great way to gain reputation. I'm going to say you gain a point. Lois, well done. You're dancing with your betrothed. Ludvig, you caroused, and you caroused very well, actually, bandaging playing a little triage with the scandal of the moment. So you're definitely going to gain a point. As for Rowen, um, Rowan, you were very quiet during the actual ball. But there were a couple of good points here and there. You were talking to some people, you were very kind, you helped out the prince. So while your influence was more subtle, I am still going to give you a plus in your reputation. Um, Incredible. So nobody has reached any threes, so no markers as of now. But we will move on to the rumor phase here in New Siri. Um, Please hold for a sneeze. Oh, come on, you bastard. Fuck.
I hate
It
that.
disappeared.
I hate
That's
that.
not. No!
I'm
Foiled again.
sorry.
No, it's all good. Oh. You
I've
can.
got a trick for that. Remind me on the break.
Okay. Apparently, the rule of thumb is never comment on it, I guess. Okay, so. Oh my God. We're gonna move forward. Come on. It's okay. Okay, so rumor mill. Definitely a scandal right off the
Nope.
bat. I mean, come on.
We
Uh,
just said everyone wanted to be should burn alive. It's not that big a deal.
is
I
that
hear
a
worse
big
stuff on Twitter
deal?
every day.
That's true. That is true.
But wait, they
Uh,
don't have Twitter and everyone. Damn it.
Dang it. Ambassador
Oh.
Cross, completely, or I guess I'll say, in a moment of shock for all of the Requiem. Requiem Siri. Um, that didn't come off grammarly the way I wanted it to. Ambassador Cross had a most violent feels like the wrong word. Had a most
Fiery.
fiery. Uh, I guess say fierce. Had a most fierce outburst at the Requiem of Siri and not Euphone. And basically said no. Um, and let their true feelings be known. Um, Ambassador Cross seems to have great hatred for Siri and humanity at large, commenting that they should all burn and die for their treatment of the unfortunate people. Okay. So that's pretty much it. Series a smaller place. Actually, you know what? I do have one. I have a rumor that is gonna maybe be a little bit of a surprise.
Oh no.
No, it's not bad for you guys necessarily. Where are you? Record. Um, what shall we name it? What shall I'm trying to find our wonderful here she is. The title is gonna be, let's call it Runaway Guest. Apparently, Lord Sura Ear what's his name? Lord Sura Ear Oren, representative of the Grealish courts in New Syria, has been seen um, speaking with Princess. Stop hiding from under there. There we go. Princess Haydeth, Irwinar, um, about his suspicions that she may not have left the king's hospitality with all permission granted.
I was wondering about that.
That's just the rumor. Okay, rumors posted. Those are the two the two rumors floating around. New Siri right now. So my question is, does anyone have any rumors they wish to, did they want to scandalize the runaway guest rumor? Do you guys have tokens of favor you'd like to burn? Would you like to add rumors to the rumor mill?
Is the rumor about Cross just a rumor or also a it's a
Oh, it's a
scandal?
scandal.
Yeah,
And
I just saw it now.
I will allow a burning of the scandal if you wish. I will only bring it down to a rumor though. If one were wanting to do so. There's a part of me that wants to be like, I feel like we can't burn this one. But in fairness, that is the mechanics of the game.
I have tokens, but I'm looking at that like, well, that was right in front of fucking everyone, so I don't think there's no favor I could possibly call to get rid of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, yeah.
That happened.
I will tell you what, I will allow the burning of the scandal on one condition, which is that if someone has a token of favor with Prince Oargev himself, only he would have the power to burn the scandal. Okay. No, I didn't think anybody had one.
I don't actually think
Cross.
it's a good idea to burn.
That would
Oh,
not call me
that
right
couldn't
now.
hurt.
Yeah, it
That-
is, but there are other ways to
Yeah,
manage
sure.
things.
No,
Like we've got a long circuit, and like it's shitty, but Nusiri does not have a ton of power, right? Like we might need that in Karnath, or I'm
oh
sorry. I'm not
yeah.
trying to be shitty. I'm not trying to be
No, you're not
ugly.
being
I'm not.
shitty at all. New Siri
I'm
is a little
sorry.
town
I'm
on the
sorry,
map.
Haith.
That's
The
fine.
new
I'm not
the
trying to
new
be
Syria
ugly.
refugees don't exist.
We all
No,
no, we
that's what
all
I'm
know
saying.
this. No, we all know this. You're right. New Siri's like a little town of a couple thousand people on the map. Sorry, you're getting
That
your whole
it
country wiped out does kind of steal away your political power.
it's a rinky-dink town on the edge of civilization. Who'd miss it? If it got wiped out, who'd miss it? You know?
Oh, I'm sure it'd be missed, but
It'd be missed by especially by people here. But yeah, I'm
yeah, we're
I'm
just kidding
joking.
around. We're just kidding
Rowan
around.
spontaneously combusts.
I would never say that. Ludvig would
No,
never
we're
say
just
that.
joking. We're just joking. All right, so we're gonna let the rumors fly. Does anyone want to add a rumor or scandalize the rumor about Haydeth being a bit of a runaway guest? Ludvig, you want to scandalize Haydeth's whole situation?
Uh,
I don't think you do. I don't.
I'm not sure how I would scandalize it. I'm not sure.
Well, you'd have to scandalize it against. Well, you could either scandalize it against Haydeth, or you can scandalize it against this representative of the British court, whoever he is, as a creative option. As
I think about it.
scandal, but everybody knows he's a nincompoop. No, I'm kidding. Okay. It sounds like we're moving forward. Yep.
You also misspelled Lord on the runaway guest
Ah,
scandal.
thick.
Lord,
It's like
like
jury
the singer Lord.
nullification. We know it's wrong. We just don't
Oh.
care. We're giving them a pass.
Yeah. Fair
F
enough.
off.
Yes.
Okay. If that's the case, then we bring our rumor section to an end, which will bring us to our final phase before we enter into actual gameplay, which is the epistolary phase. Would anybody wish to access House Orion or access House Civis to send a message somewhere in Corvana?
Hmm.
It's okay if the answer's no. No problem at all. Lois.
Mm.
If you will allow, I had wanted to go from the prince's chambers to Lois's chambers, send a message, and go to bed. If not,
Sure.
okay.
Yeah.
I will.
If Lois is
if
available.
yeah, like I would not. I will send that. It's. I think you know where it's going to. It'll be a little 25-word heads up. So I'll write that out.
Yeah, let us know what it is.
Yeah, that's fine. And Lois has got a spell slot for sending available, so
Cool. Sure. Yeah, let us know what it is when you got it done, bro. No problem. I actually do have a message for you, Rowan, now that I'm thinking of it. You wake up the next morning to a little message from the House Orion Enclave. And it's going to say, hang on, wait for it. Here it is. It is going to be a message from Talvara de Orion, who is the master of the Enclave and the only one with the teleportation power. Basically says, I have received your payment. Thank you very much, and we'll be ready to conduct our transaction whenever you find the time for it. It is purposely vague, of course. Yeah, no problem. Do you have, Rowan, do you have the same head? Do you have two of the exact same headset?
No.
Oh, that's
No.
what it looked like. I thought you took off your headset and put on another one that was the same headset.
No. My pug is lovely.
Ah.
Very, very clumsy, and she made a bad jump and ended up half on, half off the box she uses. So I just wanted to
Fair.
Okay.
safety her because
No worries.
she had a bad
Yes,
jump and it was almost tragic.
No
Yeah.
Sorry
worries.
about that.
Give the pug up
Yes.
our regards.
But yeah,
Pugs are
that's
cute.
your pugs are very cute. But anyway, that is the message from technical title, Lady Talvara de Orion, Master of the New Siri House Orion Enclave. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna write it out real quick, but the letter is basically going to say, roughly, this is what you're looking for. So, you're gonna receive a visitor of state today. And yes, I know he wanted to come here. That's not what he's getting.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I have a day off. I'm going there. It's safer.
All right.
He asked for
Fair enough.
discretion.
Fair enough. Okay. Fair enough. That's gonna bring us to the day. So you guys all get up, make your way around the Silver Swan Inn. It's very nice. Many of the suitors are present, but not all. Sort of in the general lounge area. That would generally, because this place isn't built for like any old refugee. This is really like it's an inn, but it's technically like housing for important guests of New Siri. And right now, that mostly consists of the you guys and the suitors. So that's largely who's around. Um, so you guys all probably you guys gonna share a meal? Is that the idea? Share a meal in the morning? Do we like each other enough for that?
I'd say so.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. After all this time. Um, yeah, so you guys are kind of down there. You all kind of sit down. Maybe, your retinues are kind of like assembling this morning too, like getting up and coming over. Your various guards are getting over and whatnot. And uh, yeah, maybe there's a little bit of an awkward silence over the table a little bit. There's a bit of an elephant in the room that needs to be discussed. But before you can discuss it, there's this not really noticeable at first, sort of footsteps. And then they're heavy footsteps, and then pretty damn heavy footsteps. And then all of you look up, see lording over the table a creature that none of you have ever seen in your entire lives, imagined ever existed, and completely shocks you to behold. Would you like to describe what your character looks like, Jacob?
To the uninitiated, imagine with people that have never seen it, it would look like a giant red lizard folk. It's actually a dragonborn, but but smoking a cigar.
Nice.
But he kind of looks like the robes of like a noble sorcerer, but maybe like 200 to 300 years out of date.
Little tribal, nice.
And
That's what you're going for.
he just kind of wandered in. He's been exploring,
All
and
right.
he's like, no, there's a gathering of tall dwarves and people shorter than dwarves, and something that looks like it's made of metal.
So, shocked, you all look up at this like, and lizard folks probably wouldn't have seen before, but basically looks like a man dragon, probably a good 7 foot tall, built like a fucking minotaur, like monstrously strong, and barbaric in apparel. Approaches the table. Um, as for my dragonborn friend, yeah, you say this and you're looking around the table. You think you found who you're looking for, based on the various marks. And the table, well, we're going to get to the players themselves, but they have a number of like armed guards standing around them who all look at you with a similar, which you've come to expect in these strange lands, shock, similar shock, not violent protective shock, but shock. Who would like to describe their character first as they look up at the big dragon man?
For one, there'd be a humanoid there with somewhat with with a fair skin and red hair, probably the tallest of the bunch, possibly. Um, Looking up with green eyes, looking up at you,
Uh,
very much surprised.
and I will be posting a lot of handouts in uh, Roll20 here, so I'll post at least what I have for Ludvig, and I've never been told that's not what Ludvig looks like. So that's Ludvig, at least, to the mind's eye.
Hmm.
Who's next? Who would be next? I choose you, Baron.
Uh, Looking up at you is a woman with kind of olive skin and green eyes and light brown, shaggy, long hair that's you can assume that it's long. It's tied up in an intricate kind of braid, but it's to be that much of it, you could tell that there's quite a bit of it. She's got sort of a long, willowy, almost like supermodel kind of build. Like her face isn't that kind of beautiful, but that just the the tall, not necessarily curvy. And she's in a suit. She's in a dark, like a dark green and navy plaid, with a vest, um, and a tie, and she's got like a fedora, and she's got cuffs and cufflinks, and she's it's not an androgynous thing. Like, she's a woman. There's no doubt in your mind that she's someone who identifies a woman, but she's, for all intents and purposes, covered from neck to ankle.
Normally you'd be right, but he's a dragonborn. He would never be sure.
Yeah. If you were particularly observant, then
the dwarven women confused him enough. He speaks dwarven, so his first encounter, other than other dragonborn, was dwarves.
Nice.
So,
how about
We can't hear you, Carmen.
yeah, can't hear you, Carl.
Silent spell.
oopsie.
No, we can't hear you. Your mic's off.
can you hear me?
We can hear you
Yes.
now, yes.
Okay. So the top of her mark, like if her collar is here, you can just see the top of a mark kind of peeking up over the collar and running up behind her ear. And yeah, that is Rowan. She has a pocket watch that she
Cool.
occasionally takes out and looks at.
Cool. Magnificent. Cross, you're up to bat, my friend. What do you look like?
Cross is well, you see very much a man made of metal, a warforged. They are wearing at least for today, kind of a long red cloak over what looks to be sort of a priestly sort of habit situation. Most notable is that the left side of their face has been apparently blown off, and a constant sort of stream of mist, reminiscent of the mist of the Mournlands, sort of billows out at all times. And this damage extends presumably the rest of their entire left entire body, because their left hand is also like a sort of, the metal on it is twisted, and like the outer plating is gone. It's kind of the skeletal kind of like joints that would otherwise normally be there, and that all the metal on that side is blackened, while on the healthy side it's sort of a silvery iron thing. And as such, Frost only has one single working eye, which glows a dim red, but sometimes flickers as if it's still struggling to kind of work. Despite the damage, seems fine, totally functional, if a little scary to look at.
Nice. And probably fucking huge, as these babies
Yes.
are designed for war.
Big, yeah, like well over 6 feet tall.
All right, so maybe we're like, if we were standing, we'd be meeting eye to eye. If you were standing, but
Yeah, you probably didn't expect to find anybody or anything outside of your lands that could reach your height, but yeah.
It is also worth noting that when Cross does speak, his voice is muffled as if speaking through kind of like a busted radio, like as if the vocal systems have been permanently damaged.
bubble beam.
Nice. And last but not least, Loisana, would you like to describe yourself?
Sure. Loisana is absolutely the smallest person at the table. Less than half your height. She's dressed in pants, nothing particularly auspicious. A plain brown, a linen shirt, a kind of a medium length red jacket with a brown leather flat cap. She has brown hair, brown eyes. He's reasonably pale, a little bit of freckles. If you played Fallout 4, put Piper in your head and make her about 3'2".
Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. Good analogy. And like I said, each one seems to have their own warrior, bodyguard standing around them. Mostly human. Crosses is also a warforged. Lois is also a gnome. Um, yeah, and you guys all just are kind of having this moment where you're all looking at each other, as you all are probably fairly alien to one another.
He just takes a long drag of his cigar and he goes, it's just like, why are there so many different sizes of dwarves here?
I have an important flavor question. Is it like a full-size cigar, or is it like the half-chewed short version of cigar?
It looks like something made for something his height, like he personally rolled it.
So fucking
It's
huge.
about halfway burned, but he's
Fair enough.
Would it shock you to know that there isn't a dwarf at this table?
it would indeed. Are you a dwarf? He's right at the machine guy. You do not look like a dwarf. Dwarves are not that, they don't like metal that much.
Not a dwarf, no.
Per, per, Perhaps the better place to start is with names. And the little tiny person will stand on her chair, then stand on the table and extend her hand. Says, my name is Loisana. And you are?
He takes his giant hand and like holds her tiny hand and shakes her hand gently. And I am Trajan Sunsinger.
Trajan Sunsinger.
A pleasure.
Trajan Sunsinger. Yes.
Small one.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And if I may, and she will gesture to Rowen, this is the Baroness Rowen de Leora.
In Draconic, Rowan will say, we don't see. You're unusual here.
And in draconic back, to see a foreigner speaking my mother tongue is fascinating.
There are definitely dialectual differences in the way you two both speak.
Yeah.
Rowan definitely sounds like she learned from a book, and his has certainly got some. There's accents and whatnot, but yeah, it's cool to.
It's definitely the fluency of someone who's fluent but learned in college.
And also an with him, his is like almost like a language learned in isolation, where it hasn't changed in a very long time, or like maybe if it has, it's gone very isolated. So it might be a very different, little bit different from the book variant. Like occasionally he'd say something that you just wouldn't be able to pick up. You're like, what was that? Oh, like every time Parthenax, when he speaks to you in game, and occasionally he switches into like slips into like the dragon tongue, and you're like, what? It's like that.
She'll finish off by saying, I think you're a long way from home.
I am.
Brings you out this way.
I wonder. I see. My people hear you fight big war, and then war end. And then they send me to find out why and get lay of land. Write things down, see see what is word. He's back to speaking common. But so what is if we could learn something from outside again. We have not spoken with outsiders in a very long time.
We.
Yeah, I'll shoot you a quick message there, Jacob. Just yeah.
Sure.
And then the last thing she says is we.
And so, what nation are you here representing?
They sent me a message.
Tianzi.
Oh, that's a very good picture.
Good, good. Glad I picked a good one for you. But yeah, the message is on Zoom.
Oh, okay. Where is your mark of diplomacy? Okay. Yeah, sorry, but it probably wasn't meant to write that out loud.
That's all right. Well, where is it?
uh,
Sure.
Like something you guys just wouldn't think to look for.
So as a very important flavor detail that got a little skipped over, there is a very prevalent mark of diplomacy right on his fucking snout. Right down his snout
Okay.
over his nose.
Like you guys are like you're staring at the giant lizard going, where the heck did that? There's a mark of diplomacy on his nose. I just thought that'd be funny just because you're staring at him. You're staring at him like, holy crap, he's huge. Wait a minute.
I ask where you hail from because it almost sounds as if our mark has spread beyond the borders of Corvair.
It would. I come from the lands of Kubara, specifically the Kubaran jungle. My people, I believe, Outlanders would call us Dragonborn.
Anyone could make a history. Not you. You know everything about it because you're from there, but everybody else could run a history check if they wanted to know what they know of Kabara.
19.
Would I know anything like Corvair? Because I know that there's Syrian refugees there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe she spoke Dragonborn, or she spoke the dragon tongue at least.
Oh yeah, but that would be from school, not from a Dragonborn.
Okay, fittingly, nat 20 on that one.
Hey!
Very nice, very nice.
Natural 19 for 23 total. 23.
20, what's sorry? 23.
23.
23, got it. Did Lois or Ludvig get
14.
19.
14, 19?
Nice.
So I guess you guys know a bit. Lois, you've seen it on a map, but never thought much of it. You're largely told that largely removed from things. It's not a sovereign nation. It's just kind of whatever land. It doesn't have a lot of legal or political value on the map, so kind of maybe it glossed over for you a little bit. Ludvig, you know a little bit about it. It's a very, very young, untamed frontier nation. It's supposed to be very dangerous. It's very much where mercenaries, adventurers go to slay monster. Probably a lot of nobles go there to hunt exotic creatures, and maybe you know of it in that sense a little bit, but very far removed from your landscape to know much about. But you know that it's filled with danger and mystery, and not much more. Rowen, oh boy, you would know that there are settlements there. There are settlers there. You may have heard rumor, especially being from House Cannith, you heard rumors that there were supposed to be these massive dragon shard deposits in Kubara somewhere. whether that's been claimed by Thrash or anyone. You hear rumors that a lot of prospectors and fortune seekers and whatnot have gone there in hunting of these dragon shards to like make their fortune. It's kind of a gold rush sort of situation. But as for the what lies in the jungles, you don't. Again, mystery, exotic creatures never seen. Apparently one of these. And then yeah, Cross, you do know that a rather large ship or a couple of ships, frankly, traveled from this sort of part of the world into Kubara, and there is a specific settlement there filled with Syrian refugees. You know that at least one settlement there is Syrian people making a run of it at the frontier, trying to like make kind of a new place for themselves. Um, but similarly, you haven't heard much of what lies in the dangers of the jungles. Um, I'll give you a little bit more because I imagine people around here would have considered rumors of danger there before heading out, which is would have spread to Syrians, which head back to you. So you're really in like a third or fourth party of receiving these rumors, so you kind of didn't know what to take of it. But you've heard everything from like lizard men, and you're like, okay, well that one's not probably too far off considering. But you've also heard of like horrible monsters with many eyes and like visible jungle creatures and like all manner of like insane like bestial monsters that roam the jungle and tribes of vicious barbarians and all like any number of rumors. But the large thing you know above everybody else is that there is a rather large settlement of Sirens there making their home. The capital is called New Throne. I'll give that to you, Cross. It's also supposed to have some very, very rare fauna that can only be found there in the entire world. There's probably something else you've heard, which is interesting, but that's about it.
I hope you're not here to tell me that Kabara wants to remove the Syrian refugees setting up, well,
Who?
settling there.
He says who, but we do not. There are many outsiders that come. We only have any real issues with the poison dusk.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds awful.
I often get mistaken for their kind, which is, I guess you would say, funny. They are much shorter than I am. They are three. Was it your measurement? 3 feet. They are lizard folk. They worship the Mazfarek, one of the fiend lords. We have fought them for a very long time. Other outsiders are not much of an issue. Kabara is mostly uninhabited. There is room.
I see. Sorry, allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Cross Delior. Currently, well, potentially no longer the ambassador for Syria, but we'll see.
I am Trajan, a pleasure.
So switching to common, Rowan will say. So I can tell that we probably got a lot in common and we probably got a lot to talk about. We also got a lot on our plate today. And it's sort of like I think different people are splitting up to do different things. I have meetings all day today. So while it is not my intention to seem inhospitable, it may be tonight or even tomorrow morning before we can really sit and talk. But clearly we got some things in common.
I guess. Okay, good to meet you. He just wanders off. He has a giant thing on his nose, and he does not know the connection he has with you. He just starts wandering off.
I will say, you will note, and this would be why you find yourself in this place in the world tracking these folks down.
I thought it'd be funny if he just doesn't notice it.
I mean, yeah, that's if that's the choice you want to make.
But it's fine. It's whatever you guys would feel like.
Yeah, your choice. But these people would all have various marks across their necks and faces. It would be
He's kind of like just trying to learn as much as he can about the outside world. So he often just does this. He just walks up to the first group he sees and just says hello. Just tries to talk to them.
all right. Well, I'm gonna say like, unless he's like got negative fucking 10 wisdom or something, because like you're looking
He
a
has an
person in the
8.
face, they have marks, the same marks that you have on their bodies. So
He's an 8 wisdom,
uh,
but I don't know if that does anything.
you will notice that these guys
Okay.
all have the mark of diplomacies across their heads and faces. So
Oh, okay, so he just kind of is like, okay,
Yeah,
where did you get Mark?
Could ask you the same thing.
I woke up, I went for a drink in the stream, and it was on my face.
that seems to be one of
I
the
did
ways
not get a
people can get it.
tattoo. I do not like alcohol.
Well, it's a lot less eventful than how we got ours.
Might I ask what type of dream?
What?
What dream?
No dream. Just
Drink.
wake up.
He went to get a drink and it was there.
Oh,
No, even to drink from water. Yes.
okay.
The dwarves tell me they get tattoos when they drink alcohol. I've never had alcohol. How did you get Mark? Is it the fiends?
Well, they're called dragon marks, so not a fiend. Um, myself, Ludvig, and Baroness Rowen, we got ours from a recent, well, not so recent now, incident back in Ondair. There was a gala aboard an airship that was tragically, well, that airship is no longer in existence. But we survive. Lois, they got their mark on the same night, although they, correct me if I'm wrong, Lois, you witnessed the loss of the golden dragon through a dream or vision?
Through several, actually, little pieces of most of you folks and a couple of others. There were little snippets, not necessarily so much of the the disaster itself, but some of the lead up to that, and it was disconcerting. Uh, and the that following morning, I had an additional mark. And for your edification, Lois has got the mark of diplomacy on the right side, kind of neck and side of her cheek, and she has another one, a different design, on the opposite side. Uh, they
So,
they both have sort of the same color spectrum, and it's a very similar aesthetic design, but uh, very uh, uh, very different pictorial uh, piece.
hmm. So you are Mark, and it is dragon mark. Do ancestors mark you?
Well, this one is a a part of my family heritage, and it's passed down in the familial bloodline. from family member to family member. And with it has certain arcane properties associated with the mark. And in a different but similar fashion, so does this new mark. But this manifested, came into being without any historical or familial nature. The mechanism of how and perhaps why have yet to be understood.
Okay. So it is mark of family.
That's how it is recognized in most of this part of Covert, is that members who share a particular mark have a bond of family or of house, as it is more commonly said.
Dragon marks. Elders will find this either crazy or hilarious. Not bad though. So what does mark on my face mean?
That is the mark of diplomacy, and it's, well, new. We are, well, you're currently looking at the vast majority of currently those who exist marked that we know of. But I suppose congratulations are in order. By virtue of having the mark, you are entitled to a place in the house of Leora.
Okay. It, what is house? Yeah, you can tell that he knows absolutely nothing of what's going on.
Think you're from a place with tribes, yes?
Yes.
They're like tribes. You have our mark, you can be part of our tribe.
But I do nothing but have thing on face.
Well, I don't know what the rules. That's just the way things are around in these parts.
He just takes a long drag of his cigar with a very confused look on his face.
Have you had anything strange happen since you woke up with that mark upon your face?
Not particularly. Many things happen strange to me. I am very, I guess you say, weird looking thing in land when no one knows what I am. So many weird things happen.
If I may, would you be interested in a demonstration?
Okay.
Okay. I would like you to take a look at me and she's still standing on the table because that's the only way she can look you even remotely close to the eye. I want you to look at me. I want you to think and and project the a command. I want you to tell me to sit.
No,
And I
okay. He tries. He just says, "Sit." I don't know if it does anything, but he says that he does it in Draconic because that's just how he thinks it.
All right. And you're like clearly trying, right? You know,
Yeah,
just like speaking.
he's taking everything seriously. He's just because he doesn't know anything else.
Okay. If you're directing that at Lois, make a little wisdom saving throw.
I'm going to use my 7 on my portent die, which should give me an 11 in total.
Okay. Yeah, you'll fail. And Lois just kind of like, and not like her ass is thrown on the ground or anything, but like just sits down very plainly, and you'll notice that the mark on the end of your like down your like snout and on your end of your nose, like it glows, like it illuminates. Not like there's no like the fucking holy angels started singing and the room goes blind, but like it glows a little bit. And as it does so, you do feel like a power coming from you, different than than magic. It's you. It's not entirely dissimilar to sorcerer's power, but it's very much directed through here, very specific. And you see, as if obeying command, Lois just sits down, maybe cross-legged, easy enough, just like she decided she really wanted to in that moment. It does.
Crosses and Wundar. Rowan, you just hear him go, fucking holy fuck.
That was very diplomatic. She says, she responds in Draconic.
I have found I have other magic.
So
This is cool.
yeah,
Welcome to
welcome
to the tribe.
aboard. Listen, I think we got kind of a free day. Like I said, I got appointments all day. I need to have a meeting with Ludvig earlier on, and then again, I might not be back until either tonight or tomorrow. But then hopefully we can sit down and talk. And until then, I am sure that either the ambassador or perhaps Ludvig. Ludvig is in the process of planning a tournament, which is, if you're not from around here, you might find that really interesting.
Okay.
I have apologies to make, but I think it would be in our interest to at least present our newest family member to the prince.
I would, if you think that is best, that's fine. I would like to wait a day and let our friends maybe get used to the idea of being a dragon marked heir before we put him up in front of the prince, just to prevent overwhelm. But whatever you think is best. It's a lot.
My only concern is that if we don't say anything, the courtiers will be furious that we just hid away a perfectly suitable heir to suit.
Well, I figured we'd give it a day, but if you think it's best to do it today, then I will leave that up to you. You know the prince better than any of us, and if you think that that's what needs to be done, then that's what needs to be done.
I'm also selfishly trying to soften the blow by just obscuring my full power from last night.
That's not going to work, but you know what? You are the ambassador. It would be your job to introduce him, so I will leave that to you.
Very well.
What is ambassador? He's nothing but questions.
He speaks for the prince. He speaks for the prince to other princes.
Well, I speak for elders. Am I ambassador?
Actually, yes.
That's exactly what you are.
We have much in common.
And it is also customary for when an ambassador arrives in a new town to introduce themselves to the monarch or whoever it is that's in charge.
Absolutely.
So you need to say hello to the prince.
Okay. You are tribal elders in small tribe. I do not. I follow the lead.
It's a, it's a really good way of thinking about it, actually.
Very well.
I have not been a youngling in so long. This is weird.
You'll never get used to it. Anyway, follow me.
Okay. He says okay a lot.
Rowen will collect Lena and Shadow and ask Ludvig to come see her in about 30 minutes.
I'll see you in about 30 minutes, Rowan.
Okay.
Fun first meeting.
So Cross and not Jacob,
Trajan.
yeah, that.
You guys know what Trajan is?
Yeah, the Roman emperor.
Yeah,
General.
I just love that name. So yeah, that's why I like it because you can say it different and it sounds cool.
Cool. So Trajan and Cross are heading to court. Rowan's heading out to meet with Ludvig in a moment or two, it sounds like. And what's Lois up to?
I have a
Being with
a
Vestige, right?
planned outing with Vestige. We're going to the refugee camp today.
Okay. Well, who would like to be up to bat?
I would like to go first, real fast.
Sure, yeah, you hop up and head out with Rowan. And
I was
go
told to meet in 30 minutes. I was actually going to talk with the good lady, Delandra, who runs the inn.
Okay, most certainly. Let me pull her out. Yeah. Um, yeah, you head up to the lady who runs this joint. You see Fala de Galanda. As always, is uh, a sunny spot here in the crowd. You come up to her. She goes, "Well, how are you doing? Haven't seen you in a minute. Is everything up to snuff? You having everything that you're enjoying? Is your room taken care of?"
Yes, Fala. Good to see you. Everything's going very well, actually. But I wanted to,
Magnificent.
I wanted to talk to you about something if you aren't busy.
Oh, I'm never too busy for a guest. What can I do for you?
Well, as you know, I'll be throwing a tourney in the coming days on the fourth day, and I have had the idea to have a bit of a small banquet for the winners and some of the other prominent folk around here.
I see.
So, so I would have to ask. So I would have to ask Lady Fala. Would you be aware of a Dragon Mark house who could help me?
Of course. House Galanda is our job to be to do these things, and we're more than happy to. If you would love the Silver Swan Inn to provide for the banquet, we would be more than happy to talk details with you, if that is what you'd like.
I would love that.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me go talk to the cook, and I'll get back to you later today with a price to throw such a banquet.
Thank you. Like, do I need to tell how many people? Like,
Yeah, absolutely. Let me know how many people, especially the number of people who are attending.
at a minimum 10.
All right, 10. What
I can
about, I
just
think a maximum is
okay,
more the
maximum.
concern.
Maximum might be good. I'll ask around if I can't see who would be attending. I'll try to potentially get a list together. Thank you.
All right, sooner the better, my friend. Certainly not on the day. Certainly not on the day.
Thank you.
But we stand ready to be of service. Thank you for considering us.
Thank you.
And yeah, she stands ready to be of assistance whenever you have that number for her. Fantastic. And you can head out. We'll have that discussion in the end. Why don't we see Lois? I choose you, Lois. Let's go see what is going on outside in the refugee camp. I need to swap over my visuals. There we go. Okay, you head out from the city proper of New Siri, this somewhat dilapidated town that is built on the old remnants of a busted up military fort. And beyond is a sprawling camp city of refugees, some thousands large. Um, you make your way through. It is not too hard to find who is apparently very popular around here, as people seem to flock to this individual. You make your way over and then through the little crowd, and you will see in familiar robes, so identifiable as Vestige, speaking in the guise of a sort of round face, red-haired, motherly sort of looking woman to this woman, this like young girl, maybe not a young girl, maybe like early 20s. And she's just like she's sobbing into her hands, and this woman, Vestige, has her hand on her shoulder. Um, and she says, the old woman says, "My dear, you can't stay here and think about these things. It would break my heart for you not to be able to move on. You have to. I wouldn't want you to stay and be sad all the time. You need to find yourself a husband and be happy, have children, get move forward. Don't let this grief be with you forever." And she's like, this girl's like, like crying over it, and the woman's like, "Oh, come here, my dear," and like holds her to her bosom, and she cries in her bosom and like holds her head. People are standing around watching with like shock and um definitely like a look of reverence and certainly tears. And after a moment, Vestige pulls back and says, "You hear them sorry, my French accent isn't coming to me at all. Do you hear what I'm saying? You hear what I'm saying, my dear?" She goes, "Yes, Mama, I hear what you're saying." He goes, "Okay, okay, you be good. Be good. Do you hear me?" Goes, "Okay, Mama, I miss you." And he goes, "I miss you too, my dear. I miss you too." Yes, Lois, looks like you want to say something.
And when did that interaction breaks and they go away,
Yeah,
I
which
will
happens
calm
right away.
emotions the 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 crying younger woman.
Okay. Yeah, she kind of breaks from it and she's sniffling, and as she stands up and she's saying like basically goodbye to her mother. She's like in tears, but she like willful like of her own volition begins to walk away, and she's pretty upset, and her friends kind of take her, and you kind of poke that, and she kind of she goes, she like calms down and smiles and looks at her friends, and is kind of like shepherded away by her friends, but you see that like yeah, the overwhelmingness of the moment is past thanks to you and her friends around as well. And then this person turns back from the mother appearance into the shape changer Vestige. You see the changeling. And there's a oh my God, applause from the crowd. And Vestige stands up. There isn't any none of this. Very much like stands up and very humbly kind of bows the head around, like, "Okay, thank you very much." And looks through the crowd and sees you. Um, Lois, do you have, and you can message me privately if you want, do you have anyone, I'm sure you must, someone from Lois's background who is past that is maybe a tender spot or something hasn't been fully resolved, someone who passed on?
Oh, I'm sure. I
We can
don't think I
create
wrote.
someone.
I don't think I wrote anything
Okay.
uh, specifically in, but I'm certain that the sharp squills we tend to poke our noses in places where it doesn't belong, and I'm certain that that is turned around and bit, you know,
Mm,
a, a, a
the
cousin, an
triumvirate.
uncle, a nephew,
Uh,
somebody.
I will say, let us say then, as oh, you're a gnome is the problem. So you know what? Actually, this will be very interesting because by the grace of you being a gnome, Um, and the changeling not being able to assume gnomish size, uh, I'm gonna, I don't know if it will, I'm gonna say that maybe the power doesn't work quite this way. So anyone that you know that has passed on has probably been a gnome. So this changeling sort of approaches you and remains as changeling as ever. Looks very monkly, in not like the shaved head or anything, but very sort of that formal, just side part, short white hair. You see changelings in their normal form on occasion, very wild haired usually. But Wild does have the black eyes and the pupilless eyes and the white skin and white hair. The white hair is very just simply well kept part, um, and approaches you and doesn't change into anything that might look like someone you know, but will humbly sort of bow the head and say, Noble Sona de Leora, a pleasure.
Uh, is there something beyond your presented name that I should use, or is Vestige sufficient?
Vestige is my name. We changelings, we choose attributes of ourselves more than we choose family names, like most of the Five Nations. So Vestige is my name.
It is a pleasure to make your more formal acquaintance. I've obviously seen you at some of the Prince's events, and you have obviously made an impact there and apparently here.
I
Um,
am sure. And I must apologize that I have not assumed the visage of someone that you might recognize. I am a little too tall, I'm afraid, for some of the people that you may have known in past.
that's that's quite all right. I During the course of our day, I have something specific that I'm looking for, but I wanted to I am by training and personal inclination a diviner, someone who extracts information from a variety of sources and places. And this ability that you present, the not the transfigurement, but the drawing on knowledge that is, we'll say, extra to your personal experience.
Yes. I would be
Uh,
more than happy to explain myself
I
if
I would. I'm also a gnome, and we are egregiously, and my apologies, curious. And this happens to overlap a area of personal interest and an area of professional interest.
of
So
course.
I appreciate you being willing to spend part of your day while we move through the refugee camp. Uh, I would dearly love to learn some more.
I think it would be a little hypocritical of me to be unwilling to share my personal details when my talents are so intimate, shall we say. Please never feel that you are overstepping. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have. And excited, may I say, to meet a fellow practitioner of the more unusual but knowledgeable arts.
Well, you are both gracious and talented. Is
Thank you very
there
much.
any place in particular that you wanted to begin?
Yes, I had a couple of people who I wished to visit. And thank you very much for your patience as I do so. Right this way. Um,
Fantastic.
and I will say that we will just have this conversation. Because there will be points where Vestige is like, okay, we must pause our conversation, and there'll be like a good, who knows how long, 5 to 15 to half an hour interaction with somebody who's meets someone they need to go through. But above table mean you will just have the conversation. You will know that there's pauses throughout the day. Um, so Vestige begins to walk and walks very like very much appears the humble priest as they walk, hands sort of here. When they change shape, the obviously the personality, the body language, that everything changes the moment the shape changes. But while walking with you, very much gives off the humble monk or the humble priest um, in persona, and says, "Well, you are a knowledgeable arcanist. Are you aware of the Speak with Dead ritual?"
I am passingly familiar. I don't have personal experience with it, but I am familiar with that it exists and to one degree or another some of the bounds of complexity that are associated with it.
I understand. Well, it certainly cuts some corners, and the ritual is, I think, self-explanatory to a degree. Um, the Speak with Dead ritual, though a necromantic one, is one used by clerics and other spellcasters quite often, including, I think, of your discipline, wizardry discipline. Um, but it is the basis of my particular rituals. I am by nature a cleric, a divine caster, though a very unique one, admittedly, one that isn't always perceived very well. It is a divine ritual that I perform, and it is one that I perform at the beginning of the day, and it allows me to be a medium for those spirits that are attached to those around me. So you see, when I approach somebody, I am able to use my shape-changing ability to match the physical appearance as well as the persona. I could remain Vestige, as you see me now, and take on the persona of this individual as for it is a little bit like possession, I must admit, as scary as it is to say. But I am a passenger while it is occurring, and do have control of myself. But with the changeling power, I am able to assume the appearance as well. It's a little more influential upon me physically. So I perform this divine ritual in the morning. When I meet certain people who have a loved one who is gone and bereaved, that spirit might find its way from the outer realms into my form, and I take on their persona and take on their appearance, and a conversation may be had, one that hopefully grants the person I meet some closure. It can be surely a very sensitive ritual, but a seance like one, if you understand what I mean. This
I
is the
I
essence of the power.
I do. I I I was given to understand. Now I'm not a a theist in so much as I have a lot of specific background.
Mm.
Uh, I was given to understand that there is a destination that many spirits, when they passed on, pass into, and it's it's my understanding is that it's bleak and the door is largely one way, but your explanation makes me think that perhaps, not surprisingly, truth be told, that the understanding leaves some room for misunderstanding.
Yes. Um, I believe the land of Dalru is a dark and bleak place that people go to when they die, yes. I must, though, admit to myself some level of technical ignorance. You are a skilled wizard who is I'm sure their job is to pick apart the foundation of magic and understand it very thoroughly, scholarly. I myself am a priest, and I am a person of faith. What I know is that I have divine power, and when I cast this spell, I gain the memories and I gain the persona of the people that have passed, who are in relationship to the people that I have met. I wish I could explain with some great degree the technical aspects of it, whether a spirit truly comes from Dolaru and possesses me, or if I simply gain knowledge from beyond, but all I know is that I have these powers, and I have these powers for a reason, and I have faith that they were entrusted to me for good reasons.
And the work that I see you do, I see the value and benefit in that.
Thank you for saying
Um,
so.
uh, some people are going to react to the the availability of catharsis, either warmly granted with tears, or less welcoming.
Of course.
How do you traverse those interactions? I mean, the Prince's Court has been very polite. The young woman that I saw you with when I arrived was obviously in the uh, the more welcoming uh, group of folks for catharsis. But how do you handle the folks who are more upset, more stringent in how they present themselves?
Oh, I have had my fair share of individuals who were perversed by my talents or the powers I've been invested with. Um, More than a couple of times as it turned to violence, which I understand. It is, especially when unexpected, a an upsetting thing to happen to see someone who is come and gone from your life, especially one who is tender to you. I try my best to do good and to lead with my actions. I have come to this court and been as open and as honest as I can be, and some people are going to shy away from what I am capable of, which is quite all right. Other people will be more open and receptive to it, and those who are, I find, leave the interaction feeling better than they did. So, if I can be quite honest, many people here are quite politically skilled. I am a person of faith. I have an ability. I have the means of providing catharsis, and that is what I will do. I have been accused of all manner of things, of uh, telepathically drawing on the pains and fears and memories of people, and being an incredible actor, in which I also, in a way, am uh, uh, I guess, oh, the word's escaping me. I suppose flattered by that they would think me such a talented actor. Many changelings, I suppose, are. Um, but I am not so skilled in the arena of uh, coercion and deception. I am simply trying to use the gifts that I was given, and
And
hopefully that will
I
prove I'm well-meaning.
uh, very laudable. Uh, I I would imagine that you are not singular in your devotion, and probably not singular in your uh blessed. Um,
Nice. My faith.
yes. Um,
Yes. No, I am not singular. I learned this particular religious rite from another changeling, in fact. Um, I don't follow any religion or faith that I recognize in Corvair. I do not follow the Sovereign Host or the Blood of Vol or the Kalishtar's Path of Light. I don't really know exactly the exact god I follow, but I know that I will want to do good, and that I have learned this right, and I have faith in catharsis. I am I am learning about my faith. I think myself a bit of a novice in fact when it comes to faith. I simply mean to do good in the world. Perhaps I do belong to a faith. Perhaps a god has invested me with these powers who I have simply not yet discovered. And I hope to one day. For now, I am sufficient in my faith that I am doing the best I can with what I have.
well, that is that is a fantastic journey to be on.
Thank you.
Uh, I
I
think
agree.
ultimately many of us are on a, a similar journey, but with a different starting point. Um, you know, the the nature of life is to be surprising. I was born with a particular set of talents, and other ones have made themselves manifest, which has radically altered the trajectory of my own life. So I can certainly understand where walking a path without a clear idea of what the destination is, other than it's out there somewhere, and you will eventually get to it. Perhaps.
Indeed. Perhaps, Louisana, you're more of a person of faith than you might give yourself credit for. That sounds quite a lot like someone who puts a lot of faith in themselves.
Eh, I I have I have belief in my skills and their related talents. I endeavor to find evidence to turn belief into knowledge. And inside of the realm of knowledge, if I truly have faith, that's where that resides.
Very admirable. Um, and I will say, like, as you're traveling, like some truly heart-wrenching, maybe even like as maybe even makes you a little uncomfortable as like, oh, this is a really personal exchange. Like maybe I should just stand over here. But very emotionally intimate moments happen a lot. Yeah.
And I will ask Vestige. I have I have the ability from the powers of my house to calm intense emotion.
Hmm.
If and I did it as that young woman who was there with you, who is obviously having a very emotional moment. And once that separation had gone on, my gut reaction was to ease that burden for her in the way that I can. Would it be of benefit to you that after you have whatever interactions that you're having as we go through the course of our day, I can continue to do that? Or would you, based on your experience, is it better to let them carry on that peak until it subsides of its own course and time?
I would say leave that in the hands of the person that I am speaking to. I will make the offer on your behalf, and you can provide it if they wish. It is their moment, uh, and however they wish to traverse it is up to them.
I'm happy to be of assistance in your mission today.
Well, I most appreciate. And I can say I am something of a person of instinct to help as well. I must admit, I don't always approach somebody and get their express permission to confront something. But I have found that sometimes people need that push to heal. Sometimes a wound needs to be opened to knit correctly instead of scar in a horrible way. It's not always pretty, the healing process. And maybe it's not the most kind initially to just spring something on somebody. But like I say, more often than not, I find it leads to good things. And we'll say at this point, like you've come to the end of you've been probably with Vestige for, I'm not gonna say the whole day, but like maybe a couple of hours where Vestige comes in and out of various tents and or like has little interactions in the street and you've had this conversation. And so after like, yeah, go ahead.
As we are going through this process, Lois has gone into the camps mostly to meet with Vestige and kind of get a handle on that. But she is looking for someone who was a Hayward um, in Siri that may have survived the morning, ended up here, or someone who the other people around them seem to treat them with trust and or forbearance, um, as an individual specifically from the refugee camp.
Okay, understood. Tell you what, make me an insight check. See if you bump into anybody.
21.
21. Hmm. I would say most certainly, like, probably while Vestige is like dealing with someone they're meeting with, you look around, and this is certainly a big place. Um, I wouldn't say like a small government has formed or anything of that extreme, but you definitely see community leaders would be the best way to say. You definitely look around, you see a couple people who like make sure everyone in this section of the tent camp city is fed and clothed, and you definitely see people who take larger responsibilities unto themselves. Absolutely, you could pick a couple out if you wanted to.
Yeah, and I I will I will pick a couple of them out. I will hand them 2 silver each and ask them to meet me at, oh dear God, the name of the place just left my freaking head.
Silver Sworn Inn, is that it?
Yeah, the Silver Swan Inn, and join me there for, you know, tea, something late afternoon free dinner.
Okay, absolutely. Just like anyone you see who you think is of this.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna roll a little dice then, see how many people you bump into, because you're out here for a while. Five. I'm gonna say you bump into like five people.
Okay.
Cool. And at the end of your little walkabout, Vestige looks at you and says, "I hope I've answered all of your questions, and feel free to ask
You
any more."
absolutely have.
Excellent. And it goes without saying, if any of your allies would wish to use my powers for their own catharsis, I'm of course more than.
Have you ever had have you ever had an interaction? Now I know my size is an issue. Uh, you saw him probably at the event last night. Uh, we have a member of our house by the name of Cross,
Hmm.
the Warforged. Does your gift extend to the Warforged? Do they have a spirit that could be communicated with?
They are thinking, feeling creatures, and uh, I can't turn into another Warforged, but I have met Warforged at time who have lost friends of humanity, of my physical ability to change into, and I have been able to help them as well. So, if you wish, I'd be more than happy to meet with your friend Cross.
Let me talk with them first. Uh, he's having some emotional turmoil, as you may have gathered from last evening's outing, and I
I may
don't
have noticed.
know. I don't know if there is perhaps an opportunity for catharsis that he may be interested or benefit from. But if you have the ability to touch on those lost, even if it's not necessarily human,
Hmm.
if it were like one of his his former troop mates.
Yes, yes. Like I said, I couldn't change into a Warforged, but if there were members of humanity, humans, elves, half-elves, that
Well,
well,
I'm wondering specifically, while I know that you is is your ability to transfigure yourself inherent in the ability to speak for those spirits that have gone beyond? And by that I mean if there were a Warforged that he wanted to talk to, a comrade in arms that he had lost, would you be able to speak for that individual,
uh,
even though you couldn't assume the physical characteristics?
I understand. Though I don't find it as automatic. See, if I were to bump into your friend Rowan, for example, I'm sure I would automatically um, embody someone because it's very easy to change into someone of my particular shape, shall we say.
Hmm.
But yes, if I were to, I would have to focus a little bit more. But though I couldn't take the physical appearance, I could embody uh, in voice and spirit this other individual. Perhaps I've never tried with a Warforged spirit before, but I have no doubt that it's possible to some extent.
Fantastic. I will present him the opportunity, and please don't take uh, uh, any slight if he opts not to. He has some very strongly held beliefs. He is a person of faith himself, so um,
I see. Well, I assure you, Loisana, there is nothing anyone here could say or do to offend me.
well, thank you for a very lovely morning and early afternoon. And if there's anything that I can help you with while you are here, please feel free to reach out.
I suppose all I would ask is just tell people how you feel if you're ever asked about me and be honest. I'm not asking for a false advocate. If you feel I am, well, some people have put it full of shit, I hope you'll be honest in that. And if you think I'm here to help, then be honest in that instead. Just tell people what you think.
I will.
Have a lovely day.
And you
And he will bow most graciously, and he will uh, move into the camp to continue conducting various kindnesses, um, as I'm sure he would consider them. Um, let's steer around to Cross and I can say I'm saying this right, Persian. So Cross and Turgeon to
Turchin?
Trjan
I mean,
Turgeon.
you wrote that. It's just Trajan.
I think
Oh,
I'm like,
I wrote it
I
wrong. My
think there's a vowel
apologies.
that's supposed to be in there
It's an
somewhere.
A.
Where
It's a
Got it.
Roman. It's a Roman emperor's name. That's why it's like
Oh,
weird.
got it. I know where I missed it. My bad.
I thought you just shortened it to fit it, but I'm like, wait, everyone else, because some people
No,
got longer names.
no, I misspelled. That's my bad. Um, uh, so it's Tarjan, if I'm saying this right.
Trajan.
Trajan. Got it. Trajan.
Think Roman Emperor Trajan.
Got it. I don't know about that one. So Trajan.
Ah,
But it's phonetic, so works out. Trajan. Okay, so Trajan and Cross, two of the most certainly unique individuals. You'd be hard done by to find one, but to find both of them in the same place. Whew.
we are inventing
Um,
bar jokes as we move.
yeah, there's some guy down the street who sees like, oh, what are you saying? A dragon and a robot could be friends? What are the chances of holy fuck? And you guys are walking down the street together, turning heads, cross for different reasons than Trojan. And yeah, you guys meander down the street. It is not going to take long to get to your location. New series on a very big place, but you have a moment in the road if you want it.
How did you even get here? Did you see the light? The lightning rail extends, Ikebara.
No, I wandered.
On foot?
How else does one get places?
Does that mean you traveled through the moonland, or did you take a boat?
I walked. He literally walked. I walked around stuff.
He would have walked. So yeah, by that across, you're like in your brain, you're like, this guy walked through the Talenta Plains, up to Karnath, through Undair, down through Thrain, into Braylon, past all the borders, and into New Syria.
This is
How-
one of the few places that do not meet me with pitchforks. It is much nicer than most places.
How long are you walking for?
Months.
What is time?
You're really difficult to talk to, you know that, right?
You do not speak Draconic.
No. I mean, I could with a little bit of magic. Wouldn't be too difficult.
I like a very long time. I talk to people. Some lift torches at me, which is kind of amusing. I am a being of fire. But yes, I meet many people and I walk here. The big gloomy place is scary.
You know, my next question is why here?
Well, this is the next place I come to.
Okay. And
The funny part is he's dead serious.
did you have a particular destination, an end destination in mind, or are you just walking through in search of?
I am to study the outsiders and everything that has happened since the war began, and to see if there are things that my people can use, and maybe even to help us rebuild after the great collapse.
That's quite a broad objective.
We have not spoken to outsiders in some time, so there is no time limit on this mission.
Well, the general status of Corvair is that everyone's each nation is looking at the other, wondering were they the ones who destroyed Siri, but no one quite knows who. So we're all playing at peace while we all conduct our own investigations and searches into who it was. And then there are other parties who are trying to leverage some sort of advantage in the uneasy peace.
Hmm. Practical. Wait and see before you figure out who has the nation-destroying weapon.
Well, it's also well, no one wants to be the reason the nation gets wiped off the map. So until they can identify the one responsible and the cause, no one dares strike up hostilities again for fear of another mourning.
You'd think if it was one of the big nations, they would have immediately leveraged it for victory.
That is the great mystery. You'd think that whoever it was would quite happily claim responsibility and hold their destructive weapon over the heads of everyone else and claim, well, dominion as a force that cannot be resisted. And yet, total silence makes you wonder if the one who did the act died in the process.
Maybe it was self-inflicted. As a sorcerer, magical experiments can go wrong in very interesting ways.
Well, it was wartime, so maybe there was an experiment for some great destructive power to end the war. In a way, it might have been successful.
But
But
in that sense, it is weird that it is restricted to the borders.
yes, it's so precisely centered around just Siri and nowhere else. Quite
Like,
an odd thing.
because if it was like a magical backlash, might even see a giant explosion, but it would not restrict itself to borders.
Well,
As a little note, just because you guys are going to get there at the court by now.
yeah.
You will know, as I said before, Trajan, you'll like look kind of over your shoulder and see that Cross is closely followed by another Warforged,
Hmm.
who is kind of cloaked in and I mean, the Warforged are not very expressive facially. They kind of have one face. Their eyes are very expressive, but otherwise, but is like pretty much staring at you over your shoulder. But you guys, you get to the court of New City, which is basically like a large manor house. It is a bit, Trajan, since you've left Kubara, you've seen all manner of wonders and sights. You've seen rolling deserts with giant lizards and halflings who ride astride their back. You have seen a long domain. You've seen the cities of Karnath, fortress cities with great walls and massive spiraling palaces. You've seen opulence in Onder. You've seen religious zeal in Thrain. You have seen many, many sights, large forests and great mountains and metal people walking around. You've traveled far, and even just your travels to get from Kubarda to here have taught you much about the world outside, the wonders of the world outside. And you're a little underwhelmed when you come to the court of New Siri. Like I said, it's kind of like a manor house, and it's got quite a number of caravans that have been sort of retrofitted into tents, um, sort of pavilions for nobles who wander around the outer court, and um, Cross makes his way to the door, where he is looked at by the guards with a little bit of like, there were words, the guards don't give a fuck. They open the doors and let you in, and you find your way into the interior of this place that has beautiful mosaic map on the ground of their nation, what you imagine their nation once was, and beautiful gemstone. It's probably the most expensive art piece in this entire place. Maybe is worth the value of this entire manor, if not more. You see like just this like long, almost Viking mead hall style length. Not that it is a mead hall, but that it has like side steps past pillars where people might stand if holding court. This long mosaic piece that stretches along the middle, and then sitting on the throne, apparently like dealing with some administrative efforts. A throne that is more a very nice chair than an actual throne is this young, dashing prince. Fair-skinned, dark blonde hair that is sits nicely upon his head, very handsome, and bears the bearing of his seat here as prince very well, despite that his people are a little fucked up right now. But he bears himself with not the opulence of royalty, but you know, it's not gauche, but he holds himself in good regard. Um, and he looks up to see you cross, and his eyes, whatever his reaction that you were waiting for crosses, it doesn't come because you are with a 7 foot tall, very strange dragon man that immediately overrides any sort of reaction that might be steered towards you, which perhaps was your
Aha.
point. Immediately attention turns to Trajan. And whatever someone was saying, that it goes, and my lord, that is where you did the monthly tithe. And he goes, in a moment, Ambassador Cross, welcome to court. I see you have a guest, which has caught, I would say, all of our attention. Please introduce your friend.
Presenting Trajan Sunsinger, an ambassador from Kabara, and newly
Okay,
found bearer of the mark of diplomacy.
There's a bit of a lot of fascination in the room. Trajan, you find a lot of sort of really fancy looking folks. Like you look around, everyone's wearing these very flowy garbs. Everyone's got all kinds of rings and necklaces on. It's a little garish, frankly. Like everyone's really done up in the big baggy flowy clothes. Very fashionable. And they all look at you with interest, less like you're a person and more like you're a exotic creature, which you are. Uh, but everyone looks at you with fascination. Some kids, oh, the sound of the mark of diplomacy. Um, Prince Oargev will stand from his seat and say, Trojan Sunsinger, welcome, ambassador from Kubara. We have not had an ambassador. Tell us, how fares... Hang on, I got something he's going to say. He says, how fares the settlement of Wormwatch? Do you come with news of the Syrian settlers?
I know not of your settlers. My people have sparse contact with the human settlements of Kubara, mostly by choice. But I hear you are the leader of the Siri.
I am. I am the prince.
You and your people have begun the time of struggle.
Yes, that is a good way of putting it. These last 4 years have been harder ones than Syria's perhaps ever known.
My people began a time such as that many years ago. The struggle will be long, but with people such as the Ambassador Cross by your side, and your great leadership, you have strengthened you. I think you shall prevail in your struggles.
You are most kind to say so. You speak so well of my ambassador and of myself. Please be welcome in my court. I am honored to meet such an exotic ambassador, and admit to know not nearly enough of Kubara as I perhaps should. So please be welcome.
He kind of gives it kind of like an bow you'd give to a foreign leader, not your own, kind of like half bow.
Understood. Fair enough. Yeah, I'll say, man, like pretty diplomatic.
He's a sorcerer, so he's kind of got like some noble he's a noble, but he's like in the back of his mind, he's going, "Oh, thank God that worked."
Yeah. I mean, fair enough. Foreign values and all. But yeah, you seem to. Well, I'll tell you what. Roll me a persuasion or performance check.
Okay.
This is a game where we roll dice, and I'll remember you are level 5. If you missed the message,
Yeah, I did update.
Awesome, sweet.
Was it persuasion is my highest, so
Sweet.
that was the 3.
That was a 3. Oh no, that was a 3. How? Oh, on the dice. It was a 3 on the dice. What's the total?
It's 10.
10. Okay, yeah. It's
It's
a
like
very. Oh, go ahead.
it probably comes across a little odd because maybe his accent is just so is bad.
Yeah, you have a big accent. This is a foreign leader. It comes. You sort of wipe your brow as you've sort of met the standard of presentation here. You don't blow anyone away with flying colors or anything, but you certainly make a decent and very neutral impression, and that is all you could hope for, and maybe more, considering how new you are to this place. Um, but yeah, you are welcome, and you've been welcomed to the court, which means that you're as long as the prince hasn't told the room to vacate,
He does look
you're more than welcome to stand amongst the crowd and witness the day's events if that was ever your inclination.
he does look cool too.
Oh, thanks for saying so.
Like that little
Cross
character.
chose the art from the options I gave him.
I'm keeping a little journal on the side here, and I'm writing it almost like it's him writing it. Like this is Oargev.
Nice. Well, I'll tell you what. Relationship points. I'll give you a relationship point with Orgrave. You've earned his reserved respect. Well, your first relationship point.
Cool.
If ever you're interested, by the way, I probably should have told you this before, but if ever you're interested, if you scroll all the way back to the bottom of the handouts tab, which is the third at the top on the right, the little book looking thing, we scroll all the way to the bottom where it says information. I should probably just pull that out. I'm gonna just leave that out. You go to the mechanics folder. It is a list of all the mechanics and how they work, including reputation, epistolary, relationship status stuff, how to gain, how to lose, what you get at certain points, so on and so forth. Um, Excellent. Presentation goes well. Would you two sort of like, yeah, you do sort of like the foreign leader half bow. Would both of you do the sort of foreign leader half bow, kind of back into the sides and let court resume, or is there anything else you would wish to?
Cross would do a proper bow for his station and would go on to say, I would like to extend my heartfelt apologies for my conduct last night, Your Majesty. The memorial stirred some feelings in me I much prefer to keep under strict control.
There's this very tense moment where like the various nobles here are looking at your apology, are looking for the prince's response. Some people sneer. In fact, quite a few people sneer. Um, Quote unquote. Like, they don't look too happy about you at you. They look into the prince for his how he feels about things. Um, and give me a moment here. So I'll see how he feels, huh? What do I got you at? I got you at 4. I definitely got to drop you down for your outburst. I don't think I ever did that last session. 3, but 3 is still very good. It's a good point. This is where we're going to bring in sort of factional relationship mechanics, actually. This is the first time we're going to do this. Your total impact on the people in the room here. So Lady Danya would be here. You would have lost a point with her. Which I guess means you're I would have had you at a point with her, so you're just gonna be at 0 with her. Uh, Keltris lost a point with. I'm not anything for him right now. Okay, yeah, you're at -1. You would have been you didn't really talk to him, so it'd be like -1 with him. But I think it's all going to accumulate in the right way because Prince Oargev is the most powerful person in the room. So if I were to add it all up, it'd be fine. So he smiles at you. But maybe a persuasion check. Let's throw that in there. This is a game. We roll dice. We roll dice in this game. I always forget to roll dice.
It's fun to talk and stuff, but the dice roll helps.
That's
Yeah.
another natural 20 for 30.
There's this tense moment where some people sneer. The important people around the room look a little uncertain. But as far as your persuasion goes, and certainly factional relationships go, so Oargev would be status 4 individual, and he's got a 3 for you, so that means he's sitting at a 12 for points with you, which means you're still sitting at like a champion of the Syrian people, basically. There might be some minor subtractions, but he smiles. He looks, his eyes very. They kind of like look around at the various people in the room. They look at him with interest as to what he will do, and he will stand and he will say, "Your apology is most graciously accepted, Ross, though it did break my heart to hear how intensely you have felt failed by us. I would wish take the time to understand that better, and maybe in turn understand the Warforged people better. Your apology is accepted, and make no mistake, you are still my ambassador. I have great need of you. Siri, that's great.
You have my thanks, and I will continue to serve to the best of my ability."
He will nod and he will say, "Leave us." He'll kind of make the wave of the hand, and all in the room will bow. Uh, Everyone will begin to vacate the room. It's very much he wants to talk to Cross privately. So Trajan, you may vacate as well, where you will, as if you head outside Trajan, you will be any number of individuals will be like, "So, Trojan Sunsinger." Oh wait, they're French. They're like, "So Trojan Sunsinger, you are from the wilds of Kubara. Most interesting. You must tell us of the dangers in your jungles. We hear of many monstrous threats to the people. Have you ever run into any Syrians? We have a settlement out in New Kubara."
He gives her the same speech about like he doesn't know his people don't tend to talk to outsiders much.
Was my interesting. He goes, you appear most lizard-like. And someone says, "No, he is much more draconic, my dear, than he is lizardy." And he goes, "I suppose." He goes, "But is it true? I've never seen one of your kind before, but do you have wings?"
We do not have the wings of the ancestors, no.
Oh, so you are indeed of a dragon. Excuse me for asking, but was your father a dragon and your mother a human, perhaps?
He shakes his head. No. No.
Someone goes, "Can you breathe fire?"
Yes.
Oh, someone says, "Oh, you must show us. You must, indeed."
Yeah, because he does have dragon breath, so he just lets out a modest puff of fire.
Like a really just like a little for you, it's probably just like a little.
Just
right.
sort of he points his head up in the air so he doesn't hit them, but he fires it up in the air.
Oh, but he goes for it. Like he does the full.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You breathe this like fucking maelstrom of flame straight into the air, and everyone goes, "Oh yes! Oh man! Again! Yes! Encore!" He's like, "Hey, check it out! The dragon's breathing fire!" Someone says, and you suddenly we'll get back to Try. Someone's gonna bump into Traj and be like,
I feel like Cross is just gonna walk out and it's just him just like amusedly just showing them more fire.
oh no. But meanwhile, indeed, inside of the courtroom, you might note Cross, uh, Heinrich de Dennis, the captain of the new Syria Honor Guard, makes no move to leave, though the Honor Guard does as well. And he looks over at Heinrich and gives him a nod. And Heinrich looks gruffly at him, and he will do as told and he will exit. But as he does so, there is a very pointed look in your direction, a very like without words, a protective look. Let's just leave it at that. And he walks by, but Oargev certainly makes the gesture of trust of excusing his royal guard. He doesn't sit on the throne as he speaks to you. He stands to the room, kind of walks to you familiarly. And he looks at you, and it hurts. It hurts you because it's this look of disappointment, whether it's in you or disappointment in himself that he hasn't seen the side of you, or whatever it is. It's this look of disappointment in his eyes, and it's that no, like when your favorite teacher looks at you a little disappointed, you get your homework done, and you're like,
Oh
oh,
God.
fuck. He gives you this sort of genuinely disappointed look, whether in himself or in you or whatever, and it makes your heart sink a little bit. And he says, I wish you told me, Cross, how you felt.
How I feel has little bearing on the future of Syria or even Corvair. It would only present a barrier. My role is to aid you, to help bring New Syria back from the brink. If I let my internal turmoil rule me, dictate my judgment, dictate the way I conduct myself, Syria wouldn't rise. I kept my peace for the sake of all others. Only last night, someone gave me the idea of speaking my mind. I can't remember who.
Cross, when I made you an ambassador, there was no shortage of nobles in my court who were upset by this. I'm sure I don't need to tell you about the number of displaced nobles who find themselves now living in tents, and any one of them would have made good ambassadors. Do you know why I chose you?
I wouldn't claim to know your mind, my friend.
I chose you because you're Warforged, Cross. You think it a weakness, it seems, that you are a Warforged to be an ambassador of Syria, that you suppress these things you feel, these opinions you have, but that is why I chose you. I want to know how you feel. I want to know how other Warforged feel, and I want to understand the world around the Syrian people. I want you to go to courts and see these courts through your eyes, through a Warforger's eyes. I want you to I didn't choose you as ambassador because you are impartial. I chose you because you see things differently than other Sirens. I have plenty of ambassadors who are Siren. I don't need you to be impartial. I need your filter. I need your warforged eyes. You do me great honor if you use them. And be honest with me. You've helped Syria a lot in this way.
You are aware that when the Treaty of Thronehold was signed, while the Warforged was set free, no single nation ever claimed them as true citizens. Even in the time I spent in Nondair, there were Warforged around, but none are officially Ondarian Warforged.
He he kind of waves for you to follow, and he continues to speak to you as he goes. But you're going to end up in his private quarters where he has like private meetings basically, and there's like somewhere to
Yeah.
sit. And you've sat here many times. And for the first time, you kind of sit with Orgrave, and he invites you to open up about all of this
Like,
because I'm sure this is all stuff you haven't shared. And he sits down, pours himself a glass of wine. Um, he doesn't make any offer to use. I'm sure he understands your custom now of not
yeah.
wanting something to hold in front of you. And you sit down and he starts asking. And admittedly, some more naive questions, as he is not Warforged and he is a little insular, having to have spent all of his time here. But he starts to say things and ask you, honestly, and you understand the naivety or the bluntness of some of his questions, not to offend you, but to
Yeah.
out of respect for you, to be like, okay, give me the honest answers. Whereas he begins to say, and as I've said many times before, Queen of Dare very bluntly saw to it that I was kicked out of that uh, chamber as well. No one claimed a Siren. So I
Mm.
understand that how you feel in that manner. But
The
oh, go ahead.
the point I'm trying, even, Rose asked me if I consider myself Seer, and I said no. It wasn't out of any sense of disloyalty or personal distance towards you or the nation, but because I'm not an official Syrian citizen. I was built in Syria. I fought for Syria, but I am not Syrian in the eyes of anyone. I feel I have no claim to it. For what's the point in claiming to be something when no other would agree? Even Rose herself does not consider herself Syrian, and she was just as lady in waiting. She was made for her, for the Syrian princess, and she does not make that claim either. And I find that deeply sad.
Would you wish to have citizenship?
I would like to see that where the Warforged were built, they become naturalized, that they receive at least the right of their birth, so to speak, that they not be considered to be simply citizens of the Mournland or people without a home at all. We were made, we were born in the manner in which Warforged are, in the nations that we fought for, and we deserve to be recognized as their citizens. What is the point of recognizing that we have our souls if we are not seen as, well, if there's no legal weight beyond a single treaty to back that up?
I understand what you are saying, and I agree with it, frankly. It is something that perhaps should be made more plain or righted, but Well, let me ask you. You seem to have a lot of anger towards the Treaty of Thornhold. The Treaty of Thornhold acknowledges Warforged as people with equal rights legally. Would you not have wished this? Is it not at least a step in the right direction to give you legal autonomy?
If it were made with the Warforged well-being in mind, it would look very different. There is no payment, no recompense for the services we rendered. We were free with nothing. We fought a 100-year-long war and saw not a single gold piece for our efforts for those who survived. In addition, as I say, we were made citizens of Corvair, but not of any nation. No one wanted us, and in the wake of a disaster such as the morning, no nation wanted to appear, let's say, willing to reignite the fires of war. Everyone lived in fear of another morning, and so everyone very much hastened to disarm themselves. And the greatest weapon of the war, the Warforged. So everyone wiped their hands clean of any involvement with us and cut us loose with nothing. You were freed, sure, but it may be more accurate to say we were thrown away. I don't think I already told you about what happened to me and Karnath when I was found on the shores. On the day the treaty was signed, they hauled me out of the Rhukaan training yard and threw me out of the city. Even when I was made a citizen of Corvair, on the day of my freedom, I was thrown away like some, well, worthless piece of garbage, scrap.
I'd like to ask you again about your feelings towards Rose's proposal. We were in a, it seems to be in a state last night. I don't know if that influenced your opinion, but how's your feelings changed?
I agree with her position. I would like to see the Warforged leave the Mournland and integrate themselves into the rest of Corvarian society.
But you would not wish me to show such acceptance to the Warforged as to marry one.
I think it is too soon.
Why?
Right now, your concern is for Sirens to invite. The Warforged have no power in Syria. We are citizens, but we don't wield anything. The most powerful Warforged, to my knowledge, are myself and Rose, and the power I wield is very limited.
But by your very logic, do you not believe that there are, perhaps like yourself, a great many Warforged who would consider themselves to be Syrian citizens and maybe feel less recognized than they should? Should I not consider these people Syrians to be recognized and to be known to be welcome?
If you feel, if that's how you feel, I am sure that with or without Rose's influence, were made known that you, Prince Oargev, would grant the Warforged built in Ciri, who fought for Ciri, be made citizens of Ciri, they would likely leave the moorland of their own volition and take up residence in what they would believe to be their home.
I believe that if I were to have an article wrote in the Cornberg Chronicle that New Ciri invites all Warforged, I think it would create a bit of a mess with British Parliament for one, but I think it would call in a number of Warforged, but I don't think it would compare to the numbers that would come to New Ciri if I married Rose. You have to admit, marrying Rose would create quite a symbolic acceptance of your people. It would draw in far more than words ever could.
True. I wish I'd written it down because I have a way better. I can't find it anymore. Um, the other thing is, I won't lie and say the moorland is a safe place. It is harsh. It is a difficult place to live.
Oh,
And
no.
under your stewardship, under your leadership, the Warforged would be safer here. Only safer from monsters and wild magics. However, the Warforged communities in Mournland exist with Warforged well-being in mind. They're among the closest thing we Warforged could ever describe as family. But Corvair is different. The Warforged are not priority in Corvair. And even if you were to marry Rose, that wouldn't change outside of the borders of New Ciri.
You would be surprised the power a Wynon holds, even as deposed as I am.
Do you really think that you could change the attitudes of Queen Aurelia, the theocracy, Carneth's feelings or lack thereof towards the Warforged? I don't believe the Corvair hates the Warforged or even fears them particularly. But I
Let me
fear
ask, let me
Corvair's
answer you.
apathy.
Sorry, not to interrupt.
Mm.
Let me answer your question with a question. What shapes my decisions? What do you think is the main thing I consider before I do anything at my post?
How it might benefit New Ciri, your people, yourself.
How it benefits Ciri, exactly. My people. This new Ciri, this town, it's going to go one day, probably. Hopefully, if we find ourselves a home, that's the people I look after. And while there may be monarchs who are a little bit more callous, I do believe in my heart that a leader is shaped by their people. And I do believe revolutions can happen. They don't need to be violent. They certainly are not overnight. But by a Wynon marrying and accepting a Warforged, it sends a message to Corvair, acknowledged legally or not. It's a small start, but it is a start. And if the time should come where we have ourselves a homeland, a true homeland, then the Warforged people will as well. If we have a sovereign nation and the Warforged are a sovereign people, citizens, that sends a message, don't you think? To other nations?
In my travels around Corvair, I'm sorry, Majesty, I can only really say that my understanding of the people of Corvair, at least the people in power, is that they're really only out for themselves.
But I agree.
My position still stands. I don't relish the idea of the Warforged remaining in the Mournland, but despite how harsh a place it is, at least for Warforged, they are safe. The rest of Corvair can't even enter. They can't be harmed. And I want to, with this mark that I have, I want more time to change Corvair before those Warforged that remain in the Mournland come join everyone else. I don't want them to leave the Mournland and end up in positions of menial servitude. I want them to have a chance to, well, the same chance you gave me before I gained this mark. I want them to be able to rise, not just here, but everywhere. And right now, I don't think that that's possible.
I need, if you are to continue to be my ambassador, Cross, I'm going to need you to promise to do two things for me. The first of which is, while you have performed your duties excellently as an ambassador of Syria, I need you to perform your duties as an ambassador of Syria as a Warforged. Don't take the fact that you're a Warforged out of the equation any longer. If you have feelings as a Warforged, you must tell me them. Can you do that?
Very well.
Second thing, possibly more important, that'll be for you to decide, is I need you to have hope, Cross. I hear so much anger, nihilism, surrender from you. New Siri has enough of that. If you were to be a leader here, if you were to be an ambassador here, if you were to go to other nations and show them what the Syrian people have, you must show them that they have hope. And so you must have hope. I'm not asking you to change overnight who you are, but just, if you are to be my ambassador, have some hope in the future. Have some hope for your people. Have some hope for our people. Warforged or not, can you do that?
Make a persuasion check.
Fair enough. I'm gonna open up his stat block here real quick. That's gonna be a 26.
Holy shit.
It's been a trial by fire, but he's risen to the task. He's a pretty good diplomat.
Hope. You're asking a great deal from me, Your Majesty. The last time I had hopes, I was a training dummy for Carnathy recruits, being beaten with sticks day and night, waiting for someone to come find me.
And if you're going to be a Syrian ambassador, you're going to get beaten by sticks by every other nation who doesn't want you or the Syrian people on their doorstep. So yes, I ask a great deal, but I ask it anyway.
Very well. What is it with this hope that you would like me to do over the coming days?
Well, I'll let you know. For now, soak in it. Soak in all of that hope that I'm making you feel. And keep doing what you do best, which is having my back. Meet with the suitors, decide what is best for the Syrian people, not taking the Warforged part of yourself out of the equation, giving me your honest opinion. People need more than what they need to survive. They need a reason to survive. Art, hope, a future. You can't just give them what they need to survive. Take that into account when you meet with these suitors as well. You are, after all, a priest. I would think seeing to spiritual needs as well as physical needs is something that would become naturally to you.
I find it so much easier to find faith in gods than people. In my short memory, I've been, well, as I say, I was let down deeply in the past.
He'll put his hand on your shoulder. He'll say, you honor me in your consideration that you are a seer, as well as a Warforged. And if that is the case, then I vow to you, Cross, as your prince, that I will do everything in my power to not let you down. This is my vow to you, in exchange for your hope.
There's like a little flicker in across his eye, and the mist drifts kind of like it doesn't flow, it's kind of just sort of sputtering as if it's not quite sure what to do with itself.
He smiles as he sees that. And as the moment sits there and saturates for a couple seconds while you're a little stunned, he says, all right, why don't you go see what that giant lizard man is doing to my town and make him feel at home, huh?
That one might be my most difficult bit of diplomacy yet. It's hard to negotiate with someone who just doesn't know much of anything.
I have to say, I'm impressed that you pulled an ambassador of Kubar out of your ass to make up for your stunt last night. Very impressive piece of diplomacy there.
I wish I could say I'd be keeping him in my back pocket for emergencies, but he truly landed on me this morning.
Seems that the sovereign host is looking out for you.
Oh, let's not speak too soon. I don't know. Well, I know shockingly little about Kabar other than there being a lot of monsters, a lot of the jungle, and a whole lot of sirens.
Well, I feel like you're going to be an expert soon enough. And considering our sister settlement is over there, that might not be the worst thing for your task as an ambassador.
Mm.
So,
Well, Alcapod is what the hell is the matchmaker gonna do with a sudden new dragon marked heir?
that is not my job, but you'll have to let me know what she conjures up. I will be honest, Cross, for a second there I thought you had brought me a seventh suitor. I was a little unsure.
I mean, a Kabar suitor might not be so bad.
Oh boy. I've got your gears turning. Off you go. And he will with a very friendly way shoo you out, so that he may resume court for the day. Um, but let's I want to inspiration cross.
Yeah.
That was a pretty felt like a pretty cool general interaction. And when we come back, we're gonna come to Ludvig and Rowen. Thank you for your patience, you two. As you guys have stuff to do today as well. We'll be right back. Cool. All right, right there. Break time. 15, 10 minutes, something like that.
That was making me laugh the fucking sooner.
Yeah, you've joined right in the middle of
Courting
dating
season.
courting season.
Trajan would be flattered, but he wouldn't quite understand what he was supposed to do in that scenario. He's like, "How are you supposed to have hatchlings?"
I'm gonna give you your point back, Cross.
Yay.
You're back to 4. Okay, we'll be right back. All right. All right. I say we get back to it. Um, all right. Time has clearly progressed, but we're playing real loose and fast with it. Reeling it back quite a bit. Ludvig, post conversation with your Galanda bartender there. You step outside after Cross and Trajan make their way down the street, and you and Rowen have a minute before whatever happens. Nope. Okay.
Rowen was not with him for any of that. She needed half an hour because she needed to have Shadow and Lena do a couple things.
Sure. What do you want them to do for that?
I am going to
Eleanor?
I'm sorry, what?
No. I'm sorry, never mind, sorry.
Go ahead, Rowen.
I'm going to hand Shadow a letter to take to Ms. Vollen.
To who?
Vollen, the lady who's running the whole courting thing.
Yeah. Okay. He's like, sure.
The letter is basically going to be requesting a letter from her inviting the Lahesh into courting season as he is looking for a wife. And they've actually already kind of spoken about this.
Yep. Sure have. Okay, you'll deliver it. Absolutely.
And then while they do that, I'm basically gonna tell Lena, and I'm like, look, we're gonna run to Dargoon. I gotta see someone there.
Dargoon?
Yeah.
Oh,
and
okay.
I would like we gotta find a
Sure.
way to disguise you, right?
Disguise me?
Yeah, like I don't necessarily want the world and everyone to know that that's where I'm going.
Oh,
Like
okay,
sometimes I
I
need to be
see.
able to not be seen. And if folks get the idea that they can just track you, then my ability to blend in isn't all that important. So I don't know if we need to put like a wig on you and a cloak. I don't know.
A wig?
I don't know.
But I just let me put on a cloak or something.
That might do it.
You listen. House Deneath has a lot of influence. Rhukaan Draal. It's not going to be the weirdest thing to see a House Deneath defender walking around.
No, not there. Here. I don't want to be tracked here. Once we get there, I care less.
In New Siri? Okay.
I would give me a moment of discretion. If this blows up in my face, I maybe want to be able to come back and nobody know the difference.
Okay, I can toss on a cloak or something.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah.
When
she does.
Yeah, when Shadow gets back, I will tell Shadow that Shadow is me for the day.
Okay. Am I doing anything particularly special? Or am I drinking today? Or are you drinking today? Is the question.
You know something? There is a shop, and I am going to send Shadow to that shop where I saw.
This is disgusting. This is such a situation to put him in.
Oh, yeah, don't go. Do this, but don't go as me.
Oh, okay.
Just go check out what this guy is doing, what the wares are. Don't go as me. Do not go as me. Do not go as me.
This is the weirdest request I've
No.
ever heard.
Don't do that as me. Wear a different, definitely
Okay.
do not. But then, like, just be seen, drink, enjoy. Don't make any.
Let's get real clear here, Baron. Okay, you want me to go to a very specific shop as myself.
Just check it out.
For just to hang out and then spend the rest of the day as you, doing whatever I want?
Within reason. Yeah.
In the most Rowan way possible. Got it. Okay.
I would appreciate it, yeah.
All right, fine. I'll be an upstanding lady.
Do your best.
I'll go raid your wardrobe, I guess. He'll wander upstairs like it's the worst thing. All right, and Mr. Shadow will do that.
And so then when Ludvig kind of arrives, I'm gonna say, all right, here's the deal.
Yeah.
I'm
Do you want to talk privately?
I assume that we are. I assume this is all happening in her
Okay, well,
bedroom
I'll take her inside my room with Lena or
because
whatever
she
and
was well,
get
she had
silenced.
said you to yeah. So
Well, this
anyway,
place is very discreet.
Mhm.
Honestly, guys, you guys could just say we're having a discreet conversation, and
okay.
unless there's
We're
a
under the
reason
discreet
why,
zone.
yeah, we
No.
are
Yeah.
having a discreet unless there's some good reason why it can't be discreet, whatever, it's all good. You're going to a discreet location.
How you feeling today?
Uh like it's going to be a very, very busy day.
Inside check. I
On
sense
what?
something's I sense something's wrong.
E- Easy killer. But I mean, why don't you let the conversation progress
Sorry.
a little?
Okay. Yeah.
Because
Sorry.
the answer I'm sure is coming your way.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be a busy day. So I'm gonna be out of town. I'll be back tonight, maybe tomorrow. Um
Out of town.
yeah. Uh I'm gonna have you take a walk with me with your whole coterie. We're gonna take a little walk through town through what it is. And at
Okay.
some point, I'm gonna go to Orion and I'm going elsewhere. And you are gonna hang out with Shadow, who's gonna be looking like me. Don't try to make a big deal out of it. Just know that the me you see today is Shadow in case there's a problem. And I am going to Rhukaan Draal.
Yo, what?
Todd's like, "You're what?" And then Soren's like, "You're what?"
Like I told them,
So, go quiet.
like, why are you going through control?
Business.
Business?
Did I stutter?
What's the business? Should I be concerned?
No, you shouldn't. And what's the business?
Risky business.
He needs a
Sorry.
wife. Maybe I found him one.
Ah,
And you once asked me about like being discreet. Yeah. You once asked me about like how I do things. One of the reasons I can do the things I do is that I don't talk about it. So don't talk about it to anyone. Get the look off your face. You're spending the day with me. It's
all
just
right,
me as going
sir.
to be Shadow.
All right.
If I have information at the end of the day, I will let you know.
I'll have you'll be helping with the attorney today. That will be a way to keep people's eyes if you're doing something normal.
That sounds fantastic.
All right. All right then. Like I'm trying to look normal here and everything. Like,
And then once Lena and Shadow get in, I'm gonna shift weave and disguise self, and we're gonna
Yeah.
leave, and y'all can go do whatever.
There are
okay.
some very clear. I'll say Ludvig, you pick it up, Rowan, you miss it. Oh, what's that? What's the? Yeah, Rowan, you got a plan. You're like, okay, you're like manage everything. But Ludvig, just because you're like probably like, dude, what? You do see Lena and Sword trade a look of like, the two of them share a little look of like, Sword almost looks a little like, good, and Lena's like, no. And
You're
she's like, it's the job, I guess. I don't know. It's a very quiet conversation is shared through looks alone.
a few questions. This isn't going to be a Crimson Butcher situation, is it? Where we and the others going to have to try and get you out of there in case
Rowan said bye and left. You were getting no more information. She's got to leave. She's got a whole long ways to go.
Can I get inside check into like what she's thinking in that head of hers?
There, make an insight check. Yeah, definitely.
What? Oh,
Make
boy.
a deception check, Rowan, as that is clearly your intention.
I'm gonna use my hero inspiration of the day and just try and get a better insight out of that.
Fair
Weirdly
enough.
enough, she's not really
15.
trying to deceive him. She's just not
You're trying
telling
to be
him everything
vague.
that she knows.
Yep, which is a deception check isn't a lie check. A deception check is a hide information check.
Bless.
Can I try to put together what her plan might be? Like it's a
No, your insight doesn't allow you to read people's minds, unfortunately.
What did you roll? I rolled a 22, but
You rolled a 22.
15, never mind.
You see a bit of a mischievous look on Road's got a plan, and fucking good luck.
The last thing
she looks delightfully unconcerned. She looks delightfully unconcerned.
Delightfully concerned.
Unconcerned. She looks like she's
Before she leaves,
fine.
all I say is,
Okay, Ludvig, what do you want to say?
Rowan, get back in one piece, okay?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Good luck.
All right, you leave Rowan. Lena will say, like, just gonna say it. He's right to be concerned. You know that, right? Okay, great. Let's just go to fucking Dargoon. Why not?
Ludvig doesn't pray to the gods often, but he is at this moment looking up into the ceiling, asking any cosmic force of, please get it back in one piece.
Mr. Shadow, as Rowan goes, hey, look at it this way. If she dies, you're in charge. Why don't we drink at the bar?
Let's so Mr. Rowan, tell me about that assistant you've had walking around. What are they like?
So she goes, no, and like walks away, but only like walks away like 10 feet, then comes back and goes, nah, I'm fucking with you. And just starts like is acting as Rowan. We'll start making conversation. We'll sit at the bar. Rowan is perhaps of no coincidence whatsoever, is probably wearing one of Rowan's most expensive dresses. And is sitting at the bar.
We play
he's
Dragon Chess to
just
pass
like,
the time.
what do you want to drink? And Rowan is like, what would I like to drink?
Whiskey, 2 whiskeys.
Yeah, whiskeys. And get some whiskeys. We'll head back around to you, Ludvig, in due time, and we're gonna see how this all goes.
Yeah, you're a big fan of whiskey, Rowan, aren't you?
I am famously a big fan of whiskey.
Yes.
I much prefer to stand behind the bar than in front.
Oh, yeah.
But let me tell you all about that. And
Okay.
Rowan will start
Spin me a yarn.
Yeah, we'll spin you a yarn. And in the meantime, Rowan, you walk proudly down the street, with a slightly tense defender at your side. Where are you headed? You're heading to Orion, I assume? All right. Head over to Orion. You get in touch with the our lovely bearer of the greater mark. She sees you and sort of with the recognition of like, oh, here's my 3 o'clock kind of thing. Gets up, shakes your hand, takes you in the back room. Or actually takes you probably into like the teleportation room and says, so who am I bringing where?
You were sending me to Rhukaan Draal.
Okay, sure. And she will put her hands together and she'll sort of bring her hand forward. The mark that sort of crests around her arm and like upper shoulder just glows into like a white blue across her body and puts her hands out forward, and you're gonna see the fabric of space just sort of open and unveil itself until there is a blue portal of the same color, rimmed of the same color as her mark, and leads just to some unknown sort of darkish blue space. And she makes the gesture, says, "Off you go, quickly." And yeah, you and Lena meander through. You enter into the sort of blackish bluish void, and only a short matter like, or actually, you enter this like bluish void, and you kind of blink a couple times as if like a camera light went off in your eye, and all of that blackish blue kind of very, very quickly recedes in a matter of like a second or two. Um, as you are standing in a very familiar city, you find yourself in Rhukaan Draal of Dargoon. I didn't see this happening. I don't have art ready to go. I will find art to give you. But in the meantime,
Take your time,
um,
Ryan. You can do it later.
hey, we love a curveball. We love a curveball around
He
here.
said to be discreet. It is more because she can disguise herself. It is more discreet for her to go with the letters from Volan and the one that she has from Baron Leora than it is for her to bring him to New Siri, which could be politically a problem. So she's wearing someone else's
Okay.
face with a couple of official skulls and a Denise defender.
This is what the city looks like. I'm going to put it in a roll 20 in a minute here. But you come to this city. You'll notice off on the right there's a bit of like a billboard. And in Goblin, yeah, there's going to be like billboards and like shop fronts. I imagine it almost has a bit of like that, like it's clearly like a ramshackle town where there's buildings built on buildings built on buildings and walkways made of wood, but it's got a strange civilizeness about it where there's still machinery and cogs at work. Um, Bridges with fine enough architecture, and it does have that almost Blade Runner-y sort of like shop front after shop front with like the for whatever reason everything's in like Chinese writing, but it's Goblin. So, but it's got the Goblin writing. It's like big orange signs, or like it's like a noodle shop or a whatever shop as you make your way around as you step out of the Orion Enclave, and water flowing through. Rhukaan Draal is a pretty strange but exceptional place. As you find yourself stepping out into the bloody market, where many of the buildings are uh, red here in the at least like their ceilings are red over in the district. You are suddenly no longer surrounded by our the pale skinned fleshy creatures. You are now surrounded by people with much tougher hide. Um, Goblins, bugbears, hobgoblins. These are the primary individuals who wander around, but they wander around normally as ever. Most here are hobgoblins, like probably 90% of them are hobgoblins. This is the seat of the more powerful um, tribe here, and that tribe consists of hobgoblins. You also will see off in the distance is what was once your sort of prison home, the great, almost dare I say, serrated spire that makes up the tippy top of the great palace here in Rhukaan Draal. Um, it is a unique city. Certainly would be considered a little barbaric by the standards of the Five Nations, but well, you're here. Um, you might see on occasion, even less seen than goblins and hobgoblins, which are sparse amongst the hobgoblin population. You will occasionally see humans, specifically humans, if we're talking about the humanity races. I've dubbed them basically, um, where they're specifically humans, and pretty much half of those humans are wearing the livery of either House Dennis or House Kenneth, largely. There are exceptions to the rules, of course. These are all general statements, but that is largely the populace that you see here, and it is a pretty thickly packed population, as some tens of thousands of people are all stuffed into this massive hobgoblin capital. This is the beating heart of the feudal nation of Dargoon. What do you want to do?
I want to take Lena to the entertainment district to the kennels, but she'll die. She's 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 not ready. So I'm going to look at her and say, I'm expected or at least an emissary is expected. We'll be fine. She can see you fit in. It's okay. Let's go. We're going there. She points to the palace.
Got it.
If you like questionable street food, some of the best stuff is over that way, but it's like, you might not let me go there. He didn't like to let me go there either.
She's like, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I really am.
I adore you. You kick my ass all the time. You know something? Here we are.
Yeah, I'm feeling the payback. She's like looking around. She's definitely like her hand is under a cloak. It's very like Guts Berserk, where it's like she's just her like kind of like here peeks out from underneath the hood. Everything else is pretty thickly covered. She doesn't have a big ass sword hanging out the back or anything, but you could you imagine underneath the cloak, her hand is very closely tucked towards a weapon at all times. She's on edge, but not clumsy, if that makes sense.
If
And
there's
you
a
make
carriage to hail, I'll hail it. If not, I know the way.
uh interesting question. There's got to be some like definitely some like exotic taxi that goes on around here for sure. Oh, oh no, not in the capital. Yeah, you probably hail some kind of uh I don't have it ready. Sorry, I'm a little
It's
caught off
okay.
guard here in
A
Dargoon.
rickshaw?
What?
A rickshaw?
What's a rickshaw?
Wait, the person is the horse instead of a horse. The person sits in the back on two wheels, and they
Oh,
just
That
no,
would
I was
be
wondering if there was like an exotic. Oh, you know what? My DM brain finally kicked in there. Yeah, you're like, oh, can I get a ride? And you see there's this like, it's like one of those like two-seater carriages where guys run around the city carrying it or whatever. But
yeah,
it's
rickshaw.
okay, yeah, rickshaw. Okay, that's what those are called. And it's harnessed up to this creature that looks somewhere between a wolf and a hyena, but it's big. It's like a large creature. And it turns its head, and there's no driver, but the creature turns its head to you and says, "Yeah, where are you going?" As the warg looks at you and is like, "Put 2 silver in the saddlebag, and I'll take you there." You've done this before. The first time you're here on, you were like, but this time you're like, ah, wargs. I remember these guys. And you toss them in there like you're like to you, you're like showing Lena around the hometown a bit. And she's like, you're lost your fucking nuts and bolts, haven't you? And
probably.
yeah, she's like, she's lost it. The Baron has lost it. And you guys hop in and runs you guys through the city. You go through the bloody market and past the pits and all of these things, and you make your way, you saddle right up to the capital, um, the central citadel, the Lesh's Palace, a giant Dakani ruined fortress. And yeah, you hop off. And you stride up to the gate guard. But it's like, this is so fun. It's like she's mumbling to herself in the back. You walk up to these hobgoblins, you know, ching, the like guard with the halberds. You go, who are you?
And obviously in Goblin, I'll say, the Lahesh is expecting word from Korth. And she'll show the documents.
What are these documents?
So one of them is actually from Volan, inviting him to the courting circuit. The other is from Rowen with her seal, basically just talking about opening diplomatic channels.
Oh, okay, cool, sure. He looks at them, and he looks at this hobgoblin guard, and you know how things work around here. Like, basically, you get past the guard if the things look official enough and complicated enough that the guard can't understand it. So he kind of looks at it, and there's like teeth hanging on. He's like, "Oh, yeah, very well. Welcome." And he hands it back to you, and you know that it's just like it's more than he wants to read and looks official enough that he's okay with it. And they open up the door, and you meander into the reception hall. home again. You come back into it was definitely not your prison. It was like I don't know, it was a vacation. It was fine. You wander into the Central Citadel's welcoming hall, which is very tribal. It is nothing like what you would find in the Five Nations. Uh, it is this like definitely. It's got the like the fan art vibes of the Iron Throne from Game of Thrones, where like it's got all of these swords that like lead up the walkway towards the actual thing where there's far more swords than the actual just throne itself. It isn't an Iron Throne with all the swords, but it definitely has that vibe of like um tributes and furs and the heads of enemies and the swords of people slain all sort of indeed lead up to this mantle with this kind of violent looking throne made of like piecemeal metal parts. And sitting upon it, like he belongs there, like his ass was built for it, and it probably was, well, the throne was probably built for it anyway. You're gonna look up to see your old host,
Mentor?
mentor, great words, um, sitting exactly like this. Um, There is, yeah, drapes of banners hanging in the air of the tribe. There are indeed the bodies of servants or warriors or people who have certainly defied him, sort of like hanging from different places in the throne room, very, very brutal. And sitting in that big old throne is the very well armored and down in a purple cloak, bearing proudly at his side the crimson blade that marks his fame, and a crown of like jagged iron. Sits the Lesh Haruk Sarat Haruk Sharat Kor. There it is. We found it. Leader of Dargoon, Lesh of Dargoon, and the uh, Rhukaan Tosh clan, sitting there holding court as he does. As you enter the hall, uh, you find yourself a little like strutting in. Certainly people here recognize you and you recognize them. You recognize some of the guards, who are a little bit more veteran amongst the honor guard of the Lesh, of the some of the more capable warriors of the Rhukaan Tosh. You recognize maybe some of the I guess like stewarding individuals, members of like the ruling council, maybe even some tribal warriors, tribal chiefs who have come to treat with the Lesh. And you kind of, some of them notice you, some of them are like, who the fuck is this person walking through? And you eventually look up to the Lesh, who's looking down at your boldness as you enter in. Um, and he says, Rowen de Caneth, come to resume your stay.
And she hands him the letters.
Yeah, you hand them off to
I'm like,
whoever's at the
I'm like,
bottom. You hand them up there, and he looks at the papers. He moves the one to the back that is the courting one. He looks at yours. And he says,
I needed a reason to get over here. That worked.
when will we take this meeting in private then? Go on, feast, speak. This is all in Goblin. So, and he speaks to the other people in the hall. And he says, go on, feast, fight, whatever it is you do while I'm not around. I'll be back to clean up the mess. Um, he will get up and come down from his throne and turn and walk up the stairs to a more private room. Um, you follow. Um, some people look at you, some of them you note to be more friendly towards you while you were here, some to be less friendly while you were here. Um, and yeah, you make your way with him into this fire, and you find yourself into we'll say like your old room. It has been made up It is not so romantic that everything has been left the way it is. It is returned back to its guest room status. And but he brings you in there. And he says, he turns around kind of much more informally, leans against like a nearby dresser, says, I didn't expect to ever see you back in these borders again, I'll admit.
You should have. But you don't get the chronicle over here.
Oh, we get them here, but they rarely want to stay for long. As for the paper, I must, I have to thank you. Your description of me and the hospitality was kinder than it needed to be.
It
If
was
I didn't know
meant.
better, I'd say you're trying to make Colvert like me.
I'm trying to make Corvair like you. I've met a couple
Baron.
of rulers. I like you better.
Hmm. I wonder why. Well, I've also read that you rose a little in Baron, but you were no
And
longer. Yep.
she'll undo her tie and open up just the top and show him.
Yep. And he kind of approaches, big, imposing, approaches, and there's no physical contact or anything horrible. He didn't get too close, but skirting the line of closeness, and he kind of looks in at it. Hmm. Last I remember, you hated that one, and now it seems you're collecting them.
Didn't have a choice in either.
We rarely have a choice with the gifts we're given. I'm excited to see that you rose to the challenge of yours, not shied from you.
Now, at some point, I realized that the people who are doing stuff aren't really good at it. I mean, you're exceptional. But the queen's the right bitch. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to say that out loud.
You can say whatever's on your mind here in the dark room. We don't, we're a little more upfront around here, as you might recall. Maybe you've spent too much time in the feather quilted Ondarian's lands.
Don't turn your nose up at feathered quilts, okay? There's nothing holy about your butt hurting when you're sitting down. However, all that said, I've regularly thought leaving was a mistake.
Hmm. It was.
Yeah. But I
Then
can't.
again, Warlord Rowen doesn't have a good ring to it. Oh, now that I said it out loud, actually. But, well, you're growing in so much power. Dargoon would never say no to someone who has been trained so well in the art of speaking. Especially now that you've accumulated some friends, from what I've heard.
I've accumulated some really interesting friends. I'd kind of like to know what your plans are.
You and every tribe between here and the Sprawl Mountains. Why should I trust you?
Well, I can't marry you because they would never accept me as your queen. But you need a line. And I'm
He
a good
leans in
ally.
very close and he says, "When do you ever think my people accepted everything I ever did, including keeping a Canis under lock and key so close? And what makes you think?" And he leans just a little closer for this part. He says, "And what makes you think I'd give a fuck what my chiefs care of who I marry, let alone let them voice their treachery?"
You do care about your line. You do care about your legacy, and that is important.
Well, if you're like one of these Five Nation nobles who cares so very dearly about where their husband strays.
No, it's not that. You heard about all the Golden Dragon stuff, right?
Yes, yes, the
Nah.
papers were very loud about our Ondarian queen not having good enough security.
Yeah.
Party ruined, her dress soiled.
Yeah,
Well, Rowan.
she was fine. And I don't know that it was intended to get her specifically, but it was a pretty big act of getting attention. And the rhetoric wasn't aimed at the queen, it was aimed at class structure. But the more I've learned about it, I don't know. There's a bunch of shit that's off, and the people who should be thinking about it are being stupid.
Baron, my dear, let us cut corners. We know who the show was for. For you. You think the mark was an accident? I don't.
How do you figure that? Like just from a magical standpoint, right? Like how do you calculate that if you do these things, you are going to get a dragon mark?
I don't know about all of that. I am a warlord. I am not some prophet, ancient librarian, elven scholar. But what I do know is that coincidences seldom are coincidences. And I think a dragon mark appearing is no coincidence.
I would agree.
So the question is, who made you? Who made it all happen? Sounds like to me, they want you around, and they want you to do something. They didn't just make you for shits and giggles. That was a big fucking explosion. And it was targeted at some of the most powerful people on the continent. So someone made you, which means they want to do something. Whoever this is, they're very smart and can see very far ahead in ways that others can't. You're looking for something old, tremendously old,
Familiar with the
tremendously
chamber?
wise. The chamber.
Bunch of dragon scholars.
The Draconic prophecy. You have done your research like I know you would.
Had a very good teacher.
You're a very good student. Why don't we stop with the foreplay? Let's get you and Leora to Dargo, and we'll rule the fucking world.
Because I don't think we're going to do it from a frontal assault. We're going to have to be cunning.
That's where you come in. That's where you and all of your disciples come in. Disciples of the mark of cunning.
Peace is fleeting, but war can't last forever either, right? Like eventually you get what you want.
Nothing
Then
lasts forever. Only death.
Karnath will make you feel different about that.
I always wanted to battle Karnath. My one regret of the war ending too soon.
I am sorry I didn't get to see that.
What are you doing here, Rowen?
While everyone's busy playing politics, there is something deeper going on. And you are the only person in the world that I actually trust. Which doesn't necessarily mean that I'm the smartest tool in the shed.
There are
But you
worse
are.
people to trust than a hobgoblin who created a nation in one night.
You will eventually need alliances. Have you given any thought to that?
We have Zilargo
Hmm.
to the west. And we got a big fucking mountain between us. We're not invading them anytime soon. And they are gonna want to know everything that happens around here. We are like water and oil, or math and rubber ducks. Not even opposites, just
Not even.
entirely different.
I agree.
We are a warfaring nation. They want nothing to do with open conflict. My people are stupid. Their people are generally well educated and intelligent. Frankly, I don't want to fuck with Solargo. Now, Braylon.
You don't want to fuck with Solargo. You really, really don't.
Sounds like a fucking headache, if you ask me.
Oh, it's such a headache. It's such a headache.
So Solargo's out.
Solargo's
Militarily uninvadable with the mountain, and intelligence-wise, they overrule us in many departments, but Braylon to the north. We could cut through the mountains into their lands, but we can't fight, or else we're gonna get bombed to fucking Kingdom Come, like Siri. Which leaves me in a bit of a bind, Rowen, because Dargoon's power comes from might, and we can't use our might, so we have to fight carefully, quietly,
Sounds like you
cunningly.
need some allies, right?
Seems like we need some allies, or some pretty fucking capable negotiators.
You've got a negotiator. And there is one who bears the mark named Ludvig who deeply respects your acumen. Huge fan, huge fan. If you are open to alliances, Oargev might be open. And depending on how he gets married.
Let me ask
Come
you,
with something.
You were always better at, how do I put it? Let's say big picture for now. Despite her thinking of her cleverness, I am well aware of Solana's absconding to New Siri, looking for a marriage pact for her lands. She's not so clever as she thinks she is. I ask you this, Rowen. Why should I allow such a marriage to come to pass? What do I have to gain from losing land to a wine on?
I actually came to suggest that she would be a good wife for you. The chiefs would accept her. She
A
would
good
bear you
wife for me.
fine sons and the whole 9 yards, and it would solidify your kingdom and your lineage. And I am talking sense, and you know I am.
There
Which
are
is, by the
many.
way, why the courtship thing was there. It's a good cover, but it's not a wrong cover either. It's
I have greater aspirations, Rowan. There are many capable warrioresses of my tribe who have claim to their own tribes and clans. I have larger aspirations for Dargoon than the insular. While yes, it would solidify the power and create hobgoblin babies, it is not hard to create a child. And we are not so finicky about our heirs here in Dargoon as they are in the Five Nations. You make a child, you take responsibility for it. Now, with that said, what do I have to gain by marrying some admittedly very hot hobgoblin warrioress from a smaller tribe within my own clan, as opposed to, say, a queen, princess, baron, something of another further land?
well, the Baron problem, because you signed Thronehold. I've spent a lot of time actually trying to think about how to marry you. Don't just anyway. It's not so many levels. It's not wise. And as far as what you have to gain from marrying her, she'd actually be a really good right hand. She's got a good head on her shoulders. And she's cosmopolitan enough to realize that you may be a warrior culture, but you're not going to turn all of Corvair into a warrior culture, right? That's you need people who don't make war, even amongst war, and she realizes that. You do need art. You do need culture. She gets that. I respect that. It's a little adorable that she didn't think that that you knew. I knew you knew. I am advising the prince, and I assure you he has no desire to earn your wrath. And I've counseled him not to pay you disrespect.
I could use a peacemaker at my side. But then, Baron Rowan Leora, you abscond into my palace, get me alone, and use that brain of yours. How am I supposed to settle for some local girl? I would have far more use of your talents. And your house would have great use for mine.
I should warn you, I've had assassins after me. I'm just telling you.
Welcome to the club. But you also know that you were never more safe than when you were held in this citadel.
I've never been as safe as I was in Rhukaan Draal, and have said as much. To my defender, by the way, who about died when I said that I was coming here.
And that's the point. Deneth defenders, they aren't meek.
No.
And yet, the very mention of my capital sent a shiver down her spine, and that has power. What if I held you here, what if I made you my eternal guest yet again? I expect you to have the power now to force me to let you go, but I get a feeling you wouldn't want me to.
I'm
And
no
then
longer.
all your little Leora pets would have to come all this way to save you. And by then I would have already talked you into what you already want. Me.
Because I'm not useful to you. I'm not as useful to you as a brainless wife, and you know it.
I doubt that there is a man, hobgoblin, orc, or anything on this continent that could turn you into a brainless wife. No, you, Rowan, at my side, we would be power. Soft and hard power. Force and diplomacy. Charisma and strength. We would round each other and teach each other. And our match would be the envy of all Corvair. And who knows what would become of Dargoon by the time that our rulership passed. You always did like to play hard to get.
I have to go back. Which obviously doesn't mean that I'm not coming. Clearly, I'm coming back.
And I'll be waiting. In the meantime, Rowan, if ever something was to happen to Solana, some accident or something, it would not be to my displeasure. I have no interest in seceding my lands to Orion. Not an inch. But I would give them to you, in part. Think about what you've already thought about. See if you can't convince yourself out of what you know would be dangerous to the rest of the world. And I'll be here waiting.
And she actually will like take his hands and bow her head a little bit.
Got it. And he's been like
Yeah.
all in your bubble. He hasn't laid a hand on you, not even slightly, but he's been around you in your air. His smell is near you. The sound of his voice is low and like a low growl in your ear. And as you inform him that the time has come, he makes no reservation, at least not too much of a reservation. And he will show you um, back down into the throne room where surely some have gathered. Uh, and people kind of look at you, Rowan, as you've arrived, and Lesh will look at his people and say, "What? Brave warriors who've never seen a ghost before. Let it be known, Baron Rowan de Leora is safe from the Rhukaan Tosh clan. So long as she walks within this capital, no hand be laid on it or it be taken and then some. Now, who will show her to the Orion Enclave?" And some of these more high tier chiefs who are vying for the interest of the Lech will put themselves forward to be sort of your escort. A couple, in fact, a couple of champions of various clans. And the Lush takes one last sort of long look at you, and says, "Do not make me wait years again,
As you say.
not even months. Until next time, Baron." And he will return back to his throne, sit back in it casually, like ruling is such an easy thing. And you find yourself a full escort of some of the finest warriors in the capital as you are returned to the Orion Enclave, and the Orion warrior there tells you that your teleportation's already been paid for, and you are vamped back to New Zealand. That was fun. I like playing Harook. I didn't know I'd like playing him that much.
Wow.
It's fun playing a intelligent, charismatic, tactical, seductive, hobgoblin fucking warlord monster. It's great. But let's get to Ludvig. Ludvig, we haven't heard much from you, my friend. So Ludvig, what are you up to, my friend? What are you up to today? If you're hanging around the Silver Swan Inn, there's no shortage of suitors around, including you would see a couple times the princess.
I was spending at least my first hour playing chess with my Baron Rowan Diliora.
Of course, your Baron, who does not
But
play with the same intellectual plays the game a much differently. Like sitting down playing Rowen. I don't think you've ever played Dragon Chess with Rowen, have you?
no,
Like real
I don't
Rowen?
think
No.
so.
No. So this game, this Rowen definitely plays tactics of deception and oh, are you gonna take the pawn? You gonna do it? Okay. Are you sure? He plays a very like sneaky game, a very just almost like socially deceptive game where a lot of red herrings and a lot of tricks, which you don't imagine is how true Rowan would play. But anyway, you play some dragon chess, pass along the days, you have some drinks.
Yeah, an hour or so.
Okay, sure.
But
Yeah,
can we roll to see who wins?
Yeah, absolutely. Give me. Okay, I haven't done this in a little bit. I know one of them is an insight, or actually, I'm just gonna open it up. I don't want to get it wrong.
I have proficiency in dragon chess.
So
That
that means
helps.
you'll have one reroll that you will be able to utilize.
Okay, cool.
So if there's ever a roll you don't like, you get one free reroll. There will be three of them.
Okay, and while I'm doing this, I'm talking about. So tell me about that assistance of yours, like some stories of people you've heard wandering around in your time. Like I'm clearly hinting at Mr. Shadow's backstory without actually saying, "Tell me your backstory, Mr. Shadow."
And Rowan tells you things that you imagine are made up Rowan stories. And you're like, come on, you're trying to get stories out of Mr. Shadow, but it seems Mr. Shadow has committed himself to the role of Rowan
Committed to
and
the bit.
tells you, yeah, very committed to the bit, tells you stories that are probably entire falsehoods, but maybe are pretty convincing. You're like, oh, I could actually believe Rowan maybe did that. Anyway, okay, we're playing a little game in here. Okay, first and foremost, are you betting any money?
I'll
Mr. Shadow goes, I could bet some money.
I'll bet 3 gold.
I'll bet you 3 gold. Fine. Puts down 3 gold. Start me off with an insight check, please.
Okay. 24.
Just pulling up his block. Give me half a moment. Yeah, he's one of these. Let's be honest. Okay, great. What are we rolling? I guess technically he's supposed to set a DC, but how do we set the DC here? Roll 5 plus 2d10. Okay. So what did I just ask for from you in insight? Okay.
Yeah.
What did you roll?
24.
You pass the insight check. You're looking for the deceptions, and you're generally catching on to some stuff. Now roll me a deception check.
Okay.
But this is the one thing he's good at. He rolled terribly.
22.
You surpass. I'm not doing them correctly. I'm doing like insight for insight and deception for deception. But you're,
It's fine.
while a very deceivingly tactical individual, you generally make it your way past. Last is intimidation. Maybe an intimidation check.
Okay. 25.
Ludvig, you prove yourself to certainly be the more skilled dragon chest and will be the proud winner of the pot. And
Next, I say to Rowen, next time we should gamble on who gets to be Baron.
you know, man, you're wild the streets. And Rowan apparently is like just like the coolest person in the tavern today, and is like generally avoiding anyone too important. Not like is talking to you, obviously.
Of course.
Maybe talking to Todd and Soren and whatever, but when the suitors are around, kind of like finds herself indisposed with whoever might be. But what about you, Ludwig?
Does Haydeth ever walk by?
Sure, she does. Pretty much any of the suitors you could imagine probably walk by at some point.
Well, what I'd ask her, any advice on the game, I'd be on the game.
Oh, as she walks by?
Yeah, she walks by. If I ask her, pardon me, but like, what do you think I should do here?
Oh God, hang on. Let's see here. Time message, Nabel. Okay, here, hang on. Come on, come on. Here we are. You say like any advice in the game. She comes
Yes.
over and um she'll like look over the board and she'll like note one of the moves, we'll say from or she'll point at Mr. Shadow's side of the board and she'll point out some clear deception that she picks up that he's doing or she's doing. And Rowan's like, well done. And Haydeth says, I do like someone who can keep secrets, ideally one buried within them.
Would you want to play?
Sure. And Rowan goes, that's fine. I need a brief though. And we'll get up and stride over to the bar, and Haydeth will kindly sit down. You guys will set the board and start playing a little bit. And she says, so, how are you?
I'm doing excellent. I just beat my own baron at chess, at dragon chess, and I won 3 gold from them.
Well, hopefully she didn't take the defeat too intensely.
She's a big girl. She can take care of herself. She's been through much worse than me.
What about you? You take care of yourself?
I've been forced to, yes.
Difficult, then? Take care of yourself.
I suppose so.
Well,
Your Majesty, I might ask, if this isn't improper, I would ask, do you gamble at all?
I have been known to. There's not much in the way of amusement in the palace unless you're playing all of the games that the nobles play. So I've been inclined to learn more board games that I might like.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, dragon chess mostly. And she sets the board like with a clear understanding of like where each piece goes.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's keep it simple. If you win, I'll buy a bottle of wine of your choice from back there. And
And what do you get if I lose?
like and I will whisper this to her. Did you come here without Bornell's permission, or did he send you here?
That's the answer you want for that bottle of wine? It's a very nice bottle of wine.
Feels like how nice is that bottle of wine, by the way?
I don't know. Which one did you gesture to? The
One
ones
that's
they
like
have on display in the back are like authentic Syrian vintages sort of on
okay,
display.
maybe not something 100
You could
gold,
say
but
like
like
I'll buy you a fine bottle or something.
I'll buy you a fine bottle if you win.
You wouldn't be, huh? You surprise me, Ludvig. I remembered my country being a little bit more cutthroat. You're asking for answers you already know.
Human mate.
Fine.
And what can I say? The world's changed me.
Maybe it'll be enjoyable to see you lick your wounds.
Yeah, it was like now that's it's very Conathi.
And she smiles at that. She takes that. She certainly addresses that with pride.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's do this. Roll me again. Or yeah, you're making a bet already. So this was what were my rolls? It was okay. Insight. Start with an insight.
Okay. Oh yeah, hold on. Uh, insights. I can make one reroll. I'm gonna reroll that one. Never mind. I'll take the old one. 15.
15. Let's see here. What did she get? For insight, uh, you lose that one actually.
Mm-hmm.
Proves to be pretty deeply insightful. I would say, maybe she says in there, she says, I found that warriors say that, well, Wayne Carnoff says there's no finer way to learn an opponent by battling them. And I suppose this is a kind of battlefield, isn't it?
I suppose so. Anything's gonna be battlefield if you look at it like that. Sometimes it's just fun.
Hmm. I don't believe in fun in Carnoff. Don't get that. And she smiles as she says that.
We don't
Um,
we don't we don't let anyone outside of Cornath admit it. We do, but don't let anyone outside of Cornath realize that.
Fair enough. All right, go and roll me your deception check.
The deception. Okay, I'm gonna add my an ability. I'm gonna add my tactical mind feature to that. So it's gonna be like a D10
Okay.
or 13.
You fail against her deception as I will say, you may have lost this, but you learn in this moment like Mr. Shadow was like, we'll say he was like wasn't taking it seriously, and maybe that's why he lost, or he's just not too good at it, or whatever. Nah, it's kind of telling of the skill. You're certainly a cut above Mr. Shadow's abilities at least board game. Tactically speaking, however, you find her to be a very insightful and very deceptive opponent, despite appearances.
Mm-hmm.
So while you are losing, you're learning something about her. That's to be sure.
Mm-hmm.
Last but not least, roll me what was the last one?
Intimidation.
Intimidation. That's right. Thank you.
I'm also gonna add my commander's presence to that.
Okay.
1d8. D8 for a total of that's a +2 for a total of yeah, hold on, for a total of 27.
You will win in that one. But in a best 2 out of 3, it is a close game. You destroyed Mr. Shadow. Like you fucking you wrecked Mr. Shadow. But in this, it's a fairly close game. What she defeats you in deception and being able to look through your ruses, you make up for in just like brutal tactics. And no, but seriously, and it very much tells both. It's very telling of both of you because you're the warrior on the board, right? Yours is the military tactics. Yours is the
I cut the Gordian knot.
Exactly, you cut the Gordian knot. Whereas hers is more give and take and bait and switch, and she plays the game of uh, deception and tricks and careful tactic very well. So you two are quite balanced, and it ends up being a pretty close game. But Haydeth does take the end.
That's very fair. How much did I beat him on the intimidation?
Well, you beat her pretty significantly. Pretty significantly. And she beat you closely for the other two. I'll give you that. But yeah. All right.
Well, congrats. Well, I think this means you're the new Baron of House Leora.
I don't know how that makes it possible, but
It's bragging rights, pure bragging rights.
that is true. I can at least say that I am more perhaps tactically capable than House Leora, though I'll keep that also a secret between us. Don't worry, Ludvig. They say time heals all wounds, but as I'm sure you know, in Karnath, we prefer preservation.
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 Okay.
And she,
You'll be.
dead reference, surely.
Yeah. Oh yes. I'm sure. Yes, and yet I'm confident you'll be kneeling that wound for quite a while. Well, as you're clearly more brilliant than me, perhaps you could help me with something.
Well, you can help me with something first, which is that bottle of wine.
I'll be right back. I go buy that wine bottle for her.
That'll be 10 gold. That is a fine bottle of wine. It's not one of the Syrian vintages, and I don't think she would ask you to do that. That's kind of uncouth. But yeah, no, you buy a nice bottle of imported fine wine. And yeah, you bring her back to her. And she'll take it and yeah. So you wanted to ask me something?
You offered last night I told you last night I was setting the tourney up.
Oh, that's true. Did you need some help taking care of that?
I would accept any. I am more than willing to accept any help possible. You're clearly more smarter than me. Then I point to the Jack and chess game.
When it comes to administration and talking, perhaps I am a little beyond your class, but you are the warrior, and that's okay. Every princess needs a knight in shining armor, or in Karnath, a deep black armor with a tattered cloak and an army of skeletons behind him.
I experience in both. I will shows how much Rick and Marcus taught me. I will.
My death knight.
What was that?
She's like, my death knight.
I will also say, I explained that I'm going to be checking with Galanda. I'm going to give them a rough number of people who will be attending the banquet after the tourney.
Very well. I can help you organize everything, but I warn you, you're going to have to pay for everything because I don't have any money.
It's quite all right. I will.
Okay, we gotta pause because that's exactly what me and Ludvig talked about. This is that we had this exact sentiment.
Morticia and Gomez.
Which
You know Morticia and Gomez.
I know.
like I do have to say, that is relationship goals right there. Morticia and Gomez, like that's the
Yeah.
Oh
dream.
yeah.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
the dream.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm
Absolutely.
sorry to
And
interrupt. Please continue.
but yeah, it's okay. Be gone. You're not really here. You're still in Rhukaan Draal. Get out of here. But I talked with her. I'm gonna give her a number. It would.
She puts in
I'm
her phone.
uh
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Phones don't exist yet, Ryan. Damn.
Suddenly,
She got you a
tragedy is
number.
here.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna say I was gonna give them a number about go on to a number how many are going to be attending, and I had a thought to help pay for everything. The Bentley attorney is very expensive, actually.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you could help me by talking to some of the dra of the dragon marked ancients around here. My idea is they can help sponsor the games. They have their names read off as of new sire, and they don't know it as individuals, not as the whole house, so it makes it easier. And they also get invited to the banquets. We-
They go, she says, say no more. And I'm just gonna kind of cut to a bit of a montage, Ludwig, where, yeah, maybe you spend like the rest of the day where, like, you've kind of organized things before, and this is kind of your first time with the training wheels off, but Haydeth, you expect, has had little better to do in an official capacity as a guest than organize things, right? Like being in the castle, someone was probably like, well, make yourself useful. Go organize this party or go put this together. She's a noble, so they never
Go
make her
organize this tea
clean.
party.
Yeah, they make her do probably the most basic administrative stuff that they can ask of a noble. So she just basically like, not literally, but basically takes you by the hand and like goes to the core, yeah, goes to the Dragon Mark people, uses your very good suggestion, um, cuts some corners, gets a good price on a lot of things for you, makes some deals, and proves herself quite proficient at procuring logistics in a short time frame.
Exactly.
Um,
I also take down the names of the people who donate as a sponsor list. They can be read up just before the big joust happens.
yeah, absolutely. And you two just kind of like spend the day together
I'm
organizing
not alone. There's other
for the
people there.
jamboree.
Exactly.
Um,
The best damn tourney this town's ever seen.
that's
It's
right.
it's the only tourney this town's ever seen.
Maybe. But
Okay,
yeah, you
that's
guys
great.
just yeah, you guys spend the day some time together putting stuff. Yeah, you've got your retinue with you, your chaperone, fear not. And you spend the day together sort of organizing the logistics of everything. We will talk prices and stuff next session. But in the meantime, with the help of Haydeth, we didn't have much else going on today. I will simply say that everything on a logistical standpoint will be organized, Ludwig. All is a matter of putting money in pockets. But
Mhm.
and if there's any like special little things you want to do past this, those are all cherry on tops. But with the help of Haydeth, your tourney has been organized, logistically planned, and all there is to do is to drop the money, and then all the official prerequisites are complete. And we will,
Excellent.
yeah, fantastic. And Haydeth seemed very happy to help. Um, and you do look over your shoulder every now and then. You dare to look over your shoulder to see like Todd.
Shut
Winter Soldier
Yeah,
when
yeah.
when
When
Anthony
Soldier Falcon,
Hopkins and Sebastian Stan are in the car.
not Anthony Hopkins, Anthony
Oh,
Mackie.
Anthony Mackie. Sorry, I got it wrong.
Completely, they're
But
not even the same race, dude.
no, I know. I got the
It's
names
like
wrong.
they're like,
Yeah, exactly. But they're sitting in the car and they see Captain America like kiss, and they're both like, nice. Yeah, you get Todd and Soren. You like look back, and they're both like, as you're like hanging out with Haydeth.
yeah, she is kindly anytime anyone asks, I say she is kindly volunteered to help organize the tourney on the fourth day of the season here.
Todd's like, yeah, she has.
Shut up! Like I give him the eyes of shut up.
It's purely of her own volition too. She didn't. This
Yes.
wasn't even forced or anything. She just offered.
Mhm.
Very,
Yeah,
very
and
kind of her.
yeah, and when we get all that wrapped up, I tell I will also ask Haydeth, you're traveling alone, aren't you?
I am.
You fe- have you fe- have you felt comfortable and safe around in these spots?
In New Siri.
Yes.
She thinks about it, and she kind of like looks kind of pointedly at you. Says, "Yes."
Well, you know, well, that's good to know, but just in case, it would be
Hang on a second. What's the passive insight like?
oh, my passive insight?
Sure.
Okay, my passive insight is like 16.
16. You ask her like, does she feel safe? And she like considers, and she like looks you in the eye as she says yes. And you do think that that's in reference to you?
Oh, uh, well, yes,
Oh, Ludvig.
yes. Well, yes, but also, if anything, the worst were to happen to you, um, if if it were to happen to you, I feel like it would be an international incident and a catastrophe beyond imagination. And given that, I would volunteer if ask you if you would welcome someone in your company for the week to ensure your safety.
Uh, she's she looks genuinely like thankful for a moment there, like she like looks very kindly thankful for the gesture. She says, "Well, we better avoid an international incident."
Nobody wants an international incident.
No, you're very dutiful to look after international interests.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
And she curtsies at you with great respect. And we will say she kind of meanders away with that, and Soren gives you the nod as you go by.
I'm a big boy, so and I can take care of myself.
I know you can have it better with me. Don't worry, I'll watch your girl.
You,
And he walks away
the,
before you continue. And he walks after in a polite step behind Haydeth, and uh, we will leave the session there. We'll leave the session there, and I hope everyone had a good time. Welcome to our newest character, who I think is gonna,
Welcome, welcome.
yep, who I'm digging. I think he's gonna bring some levity to the very serious House Leora, which is gonna be great.
It's gonna be more
And
wonderful.
yeah, I hope everyone had good fun. And
Mhm.
we'll pick up the later half of this day next week, and maybe even into the next day.
Mhm.
Yeah, I can't.
The love stories, love is in the air. Rowan and the Lesh, Cross and the Prince.
I'll tell you what. Everybody has been like, "What do you mean you're going to Rhukaan Draal? What is wrong with you?"
Well, they don't get it. They just don't get him. He's
The
different.
the only thing Ludvig thinks is like, is she trying to bone the lash? What is she trying to do?
Well,
in truth, what she was trying to do
Yeah.
was to see if if he would be open to a treaty and perhaps an alliance with the prince. There's one area of Rhukaan of Dargoon. It's actually where she was
Was
that's where
captured.
she was when not where she was captured, but that's where she was when the morning happened. Well, that area is still they think of it as being like haunted. So there's like a zone around the area that's not as well populated. She was going to see if there were circumstances under which he would be willing to
See that?
part with it, sell it, and basically let him know that we potentially have the means to remunerate you thoroughly. Like she was going to lay out how it would pay him a whole bunch of money. Like she wasn't looking for a favor. How the alliance would actually help his PR with the things that he needs to be more of an influence in Corvair, and that he should marry Sienna because it's a good marriage for him, and she would be a good partner. Like, Rowen did not go in there.
Yeah.
Rowen,
But-
Ludwig's gonna have
That's still
questions when you get
happening.
back.
Well, let
She'll
me.
answer all of them now.
Ludwig will have questions when you get back.
And she'll answer all of them now. But I was working under the assumption that I had to, in my mind, I had to get there. I might not get to see him right there, and I've got to get back so people don't
Get
know
suspicious.
get suspicious or know what's going on until I have something meaningful to say. So now she'll be much more upfront because she actually has information to share.
Well, let me say this. There is a reason that New Siri is east, but not too far east. And that is because of the morning itself. You get too close to the morning and things start to come out of it, right? It's dangerous.
Right. That was the problem with Vadim's village,
Mhm.
because it was
Yeah.
around the border.
Oh, we're still recording, by the way.
Ah,
Coming.
sorry.